We live in an age where those in power are openly using every weapon at their disposal to impose their will upon the future. Where the principles of authoritarianism and individualism stand in open conflict in the streets, in the courts, in the news, in everyday life. Where the choices we make and the choices that are made for us have consequences no one can foresee. You do not stand alone. You do not fight alone. You do not suffer alone. We are united. We resist. We are here with you. As long as there is a truth that remains hidden, as long as lies are spread openly, we will continue to speak out. We will continue to question. We will continue to be the united resistance.
The same thing we always do. Fight them until we can't.
You're damn right. That's what we do. We fight them until we can't. What is up, folks? I got my boy, Mr. Grant Gregory, in the house. I've got Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective in the house so far. And got our buddy Fate up in here. Yes, it is true. Dreaming in Code. What's up, bro? It is my birthday. I am officially 1 year older. I have the aches and pains now to prove it.
Welcome to the club.
As the ticker says, I'm officially old enough to know better, but I'm still too young to care, and that's what it's all about. So, hey, that's what I live for. A lot of the folks in this chat, I'm very thankful for the ongoing support. I'm thankful for your friendship. You guys are awesome. Dreaming in Code, I go way back with. He and I have been gaming for a long time together. We came up on Twitch together. Vanessa Vaughn's here. Vanessa and I got connected through Janet. Big shout out to Janet. Thank you for making that happen. My boy Mehdi from Twitter Spaces is up in here. Tabitha, Dreaming Tabitha is in here. And, by the way, make sure that you guys check out Tabitha. She's a great YouTuber. She's on Inside the Booth. Great show. Phil TMNT, another great dude, is up in here. My boy Apollo Patriot is in here. And thanks, AP, for always supporting. Chris Fisk, man, brother, I can't say enough good things about you. Thank you so much for everything you do. Tina Bojan, Chi-Town Queen. She's in the house. Great to see you, Tina. Thank you for always looking out for me and for your support. Keely Chow, great to see you, my friend. Keely's always at my streams, man. Appreciate him. And, of course, our dude Wookiee Supremacy's up in here. It's great to see Wook.
Just let the Wookiee win.
Yeah, Wook's always had my back, seems like, from day one. Woke Breaker's in the house. Good to see Woke Breaker in here. So we got a lot of friends here. Of course, Dragon Master 360 goes without saying. Rama Bull's in the house, which, by the way, Rama Bull, if I didn't send you a panel link, if you want one, just reach out, let me know. Of course, Eric K. pulling double duty. I think he's got the wrench hand. He's just chilling in here with me, man. Eric K is my boy. Dick's Division together. Everything else, man, that's my dude right there. The Sentinel, my brother in good music, and my brother in YouTube. He supported me from almost day one. Appreciate you, Sent. Thank you so much for being here. Man, it's just it's humbling to see how many folks in here are just happen to pop by and hang out in the stream. And of course, we're gonna do the normal stuff today.
Drew, right before you get started, I just want to say, since this is your extra special day and it's your birthday celebration, we would like to extend this warning to everybody in the chat. Please take one step back, because Drew said he is going to unleash it all very soon on the chat. So you don't want to get hit with that thing. We all know the damage it can do. Earthquakes around the world, disasters. Yeah, be careful out there in the chat. It's dangerous, especially up here on the panel. We're ducking and weaving.
My favorite queen of moderation, and she's like adopted family to me. Trina, aka Lasso of Truth, is in here. And yeah, oh God, Tommy, he just got to screw me all up, bro. So here's the thing. Medi, you asked about me going in Twitter Spaces. I just haven't gone in Twitter Spaces for a while, just because I've had a lot that I've been doing. Obviously, we're growing the channel. By the way, guys, good news, just hit 900 subs. So, it's onwards and upwards from here. I'm so close to that last push to get the channel monetized. I'm excited about that. It's really going to help once that happens, not only for myself, but for Mama Heretic as well. That's going to afford us maybe the opportunity to keep things going and ease the burden around here, which would be very welcomed. But I as I said, it wouldn't be United Resistance without us talking about the news and current events of the day. There's been plenty going on. Obviously, we know what's been going on in Canada, and that's been huge news. Shout out to people like Pat Steven Seagal that have been aggregating all the guerrilla journalism and live stream type of things to get you the real story of what's going on in Canada. It's been a mixed bag with that, because
and congrats to his fatness for passing a milestone from doing
yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. It's funny the way the mainstream media goes to every length to absolutely muddy the waters and put the narrative out there that those people were bad. Was that your ringtone? Apparently. But yeah, it's funny that they put that narrative out there, and they do it so willingly, because they're beholden to all these governments. You pay attention when these governments fall, and when you could tell that they are that they've fallen. Like, if you pay attention to the pattern, to Australia, and what we've seen in Canada, what we've seen in Germany, what we've seen in France, you can always tell by the way the mainstream media works, because all of the mainstream media seems to put out the most convenient spinning of the narrative that makes the government look like they're coming up roses, which we know is bullshit. The real truth is on the ground with citizen journalists, with independent journalists, doing that style of guerrilla journalism that's going to get your eyes on what's really happening. We would have not nearly have seen, all the horrific things that we did, the way that the cops trampled that lady on horseback, the way that, they just absolutely beat and besieged people. I know that I've seen that clip where that lady was looking to go get coffee, and she was walking around what they consider the quote red zone there in Canada, and the cops just absolutely beat this lady for no apparent reason other than the fact that she decided to get coffee in the wrong place. They tried to knock on the door of a restaurant and go and gain forcible entry to this place simply because apparently that restaurant during the protest had opened its doors and served food to the truckers. How dare they sell food to people that don't agree with the government? It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But the mainstream media supports us, and they're not the only ones complicit in it. Obviously, the governments themselves. Klaus Schwab has gone on record, and if you don't know who Klaus Schwab is, he is indeed the chairman, whatever you want to call it, of the WEF. He basically boasted that the world governments are infiltrated with all of these WEF folk, all of these leaders participated at one time in their Young Leaders program. And he's and listen, I want to make it clear because a lot of people out there, the ones that are like the Johnny come latelys to the WEF thing, okay, they think it's just WEF. It is not. You guys, in all of these folks in the chat, you guys are very smart. You know that with the globalists, the WEF is just one tentacle of the larger squid. And hey, look who's in the house. It's Janet.
Hello.
Hey, Janet.
How
and
are
hey,
you?
we got Wes, my boy Wes Moody of the Wes Moody Webcast. What's going on?
Hey there. Happy birthday.
Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Hey, Janet.
So, as I welcome my friends in, and it's great to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. Wes, you are my true brother, and Janet, you know how much I absolutely adore and love you. So
she got that filter to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, I just assumed she was naturally that sparkly.
Oh, Trina, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So big thank you to Lasso of Truth. So thank you so much. And hang on, let me look at the feed and see if there's comment attached. Because yeah, you can attach comments. Obviously, if you do the little link that the mods put out there, the Stream Elements tip link, you can add comments on those, and I will read them like super chats. And Trina says, for $10, happy birthday to my brother from another mother. Thank you so much, dear. Appreciate it.
I sent you one earlier too, buddy.
Yeah, Mr. Grant Gregory for $7.17.
Planet, please join me today to wish Supreme Heretic a happy birthday.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Mr. Grant Gregory says, happy birthday to the Long Don Silver, the penetrator of worlds, the pork sword extraordinaire, and most importantly, my friend. Thank you so much, Mr. Grant Gregory. Appreciate it, buddy. Grant, you are awesome. It is great to be your friend.
I've been
appreciate
called
that
worse.
so much. But I wanted to Marby Dog's in the house. Great to see you, Marby. Great to see Awesome One here. What is up? Yeah. And Janet's back.
Sorry, my thing's messed up. I think my internet is just bad, but I didn't mean to interrupt it.
Oh, that's
no
good.
problem.
That's definitely going around. There's a lot of people that are having problems with their internet lately. I know I was sitting there on stream with Vinny Tartamella, and he was having all kinds of issues during a couple of his streams. It just, yeah.
Yeah, hail to Dwayne, and Dwayne, if Rita's there, tell Rita hello as well. Thank you for being here, brother. But no, to finish the point to that, and I want you guys to kind of speak on this, and Wes especially, because Wes and I have been following this from, almost the inception of our channels when he and I started streaming together quite regularly, and we sort of pulled our resources, and we've been on top of this. And Dartaster, Eldritch Lord Taster, thank you so much. The WEF, as I said, is one tentacle on a larger octopus. So you got the WEF, you've got the IMF, you have, obviously the United Nations, the WHO, and, there's plenty of other globalist interest organizations, Council on Foreign Relations being one. Don't forget that there is also
Rockefeller Foundation, Clinton Foundation.
Yes. By proxy, yes, those as well. And also the Bilderberg Group, and don't forget, all of these people are Davos Group as well. So, keep in mind that it's much larger than what people think. So, Sax, hey, thank you, buddy. It's my birthday, so it's great to have you here. Chris Fisk says Gates Foundation. Yes, there is that as well. I don't know. Would you classify DARPA under the globalists, Wes?
It's tough to say. I don't. Well, see, I think it's compartmentalized. I don't think it's officially a part of it. I think it's just an instrument.
Yeah. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Drew. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. One of the best gifts I got this year was my friendship with you.
Aww.
And I thank you so much for everything that you've done and all your support, and just you are just one of the good things about this world. You are the good of humanity, and you guys in the chat, so many of you just bring out the joy and the good of humanity, and that's why I have so much hope with all the crap that's going on that we're still all going to get through this.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. I hope everybody's okay. Have they sung your happy birthday already?
No, we have not had the happy birthday singing yet. Every time that happens, I kind of feel like I'm in a restaurant, and you know how we used to prank each other when I used to go out with my friends when we were younger. Like, we'd go out someplace and have drinks and have dinner, and we'd always play that game of be like, who's the first one to screw with the other person, and tell them that tell the server that it's somebody's birthday, so we can so we can roast the shit out.
I hated that. I still do. I don't like that.
Yeah, we would always play we would always play that prank on each other.
Yeah, my brother used to do that to me a lot.
Yeah. Oh, that's a classic.
Especially when it's not their birthday.
Oh
yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what it was.
Ouch.
Yeah, and they'd always bring out, you go to like Applebee's or something, and by the way, thank you for the raid, because I know that you guys must have came over uh from from Tom and Culture being on, so thank you. And I really appreciate it. And Tom, it's great to see you, brother.
Hey, I really only got a few minutes. I just hopped in to say happy birthday. And since you already got the Batman treatment last night, I don't know if I could do anything special today, but just wanted to say happy birthday mainly, and hope you're having a good one.
Yeah, I am, man. It was nice, as crummy as how Mama Heretic feels and what she's going through. It's
Aw.
I wanted to kind of share this with all of you here. When she got up this morning, after she got navigating a little bit around noon, she goes in the kitchen, and she made me a cake, you guys. She legit made me a cake. I didn't ask for it, or I had no idea. But my mom is stubborn, and she's one of those people that is like, no matter what. I guess it's one of those things where people want to still feel like they're able to do stuff, and I don't think my mom wants to give up on cooking and baking yet. So
She's a mom.
So I
She's
got
a
a
mom.
All
question.
moms will do that.
I got a
Mhm.
question. I got a question for you, Drew. Was that cake fully loaded?
nice top. Oh gosh. Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, Tom, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out, dude. You've always been a supportive friend. Behind the scenes, always been there if I needed advice, and just dude, you've always been really good to me, and I appreciate you. Like I told you.
Well, I'm just happy to be here or belly out of jail, whichever one.
Well, I love you, buddy, and I I'm glad that we connected, and I'm glad that we've had a good friendship, and it always goes both ways. I got your back, and I'll always stick with you.
Awesome. Yeah, I love you, brother. And you have a great day, and everybody else here. Hopefully you're doing well. And most of you I know. Some of you I don't think I've ever met before, but some of them I recognize from the chat at least. And I don't know who that
Hi,
Gregory
Tom.
guy is, but
Hi, Tom.
Nice.
Hey, Tom. I'm
how you
Pete.
doing? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Tommy, he's just full of guinea pigs all the time. So.
It's not my fault. It really isn't my fault, and I'm actually kind of surprised that you're not going to go the Batman route with him. Because why not, Tom? I mean, seriously, there's nothing wrong with bringing out a little bit of Batman. When you got the Drew here, I mean, this guy has got a dong that's in a different area code. Probably he's got a separate birth date as well. You might as well give him the full treatment.
I sang happy birthday to the kid last night, but wait a minute. That's bullshit. Joker gets a pet and I don't. Why does he get a gerbil?
Nice. Bat Tom is the best.
I get stuck with Robin. What kind of crap is that?
Well, that qualifies as a pet, Bat Tom.
Yeah, but I'm like required by law to feed and clothe him. I mean, if I kill a gerbil, who's going to notice?
Oh God. Oh, that Bat Tom is a classic that will never end.
What the hell is a guinea pig? That sounds racist.
That's racist.
Guinea pigs are brilliant. Pigrotic.com.
That kid here was telling me that you're actually a guinea pig.
Oh God. Oh man.
I don't care. I want a puppy. You hear that, Alfred? All right. Peace out.
All right. See you, Tom. Thank you.
Take care.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care of yourselves, guys. Happy
See ya.
birthday.
Yep. We'll see
Take
you,
care.
brother.
See you, buddy.
All you take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Well, we got a lot of folks that just popped in. DJ Odyssey's here. Happy birthday, Drew. He says, and he said, be lucky you have a full panel or you would have had a pink bunny singing to you. Oh, God. and he's right about that. Deej actually owns a pink bunny suit. That's no lie.
I kind of want to see that now.
The lovely.
Oh, man.
You really don't. You really
No,
don't.
you really don't, bro. I've seen that before.
Because every time he puts on the pink bunny suit and you get him on a live stream, there is going to be a truffle shuffle without a doubt. And you don't want to see it.
Yeah, the lovely Sherry's in the house. Great to see you, Sherry. Thank you so much for your continued support and always being around. I feel like he's my other half these days. You know, my co-host, Brightest Day, is in the house, man. Great to see Zach. Hopefully, when he gets a chance, he'll jump on the panel. We have our buddy Gap Stargates in the house. Great to see you, Gap.
Awesome.
What's up, man? Polly, the Latino Slint, said, I'm following Tom over. Here's to your health, true salute. Hey, Polly, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate you. You know, Polly's always been really cordial, really great to me, and the feeling's mutual, bud. Thank you. Rob Altus, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Clown World Review, what is up, sir? How are you? I hope everything's good with you, bro. And wow, we just you had a cast of thousands. I feel like feel special. CJ8, what's up, CJ?
You're special.
Oh boy.
Janet's making me blush now. Drew's been arrested a couple times for unruly behavior at some Browns games. Drew's dog has been arrested a couple times for indecent exposure at some Browns games. That actually has not happened yet.
Yeah.
Next time I sit in the dog pound, that may change. Lindsay, the cynical geek, says, hail panel and chat. Happy birthday, Drew. Linz, thank you for coming in here. I appreciate you. Yeah, I haven't had dog pound seats in a while, so I think I'm safe for the little interim, but we'll see. But getting back to the discussion we were having in I find it real disturbing about just the way all of these governments seem to be falling in unison, because you begin to wonder where there isn't corruption, and you really got to ask. And hail Rita. You know that Rita had said something. It's great to see you, doll. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. And I'm sure that Dwayne was sitting in there like, Rita, get your ass on. Drew's live.
Well, I think it's obvious where it isn't. It's in the red areas, the small towns, and the rural areas for the most part. And that's why they vote the way they do.
Miriam, hey, it's great to see you. Thank you. The Wokebreaker says, what do you think the occupier-in-chief puppet has planned for us? Well, I don't know. We all saw the news today, because I'm sure all you guys are paying attention to what's happening with Russia. So, which, by the way, I don't know if anybody bought that ridiculous speech that Biden made, that he was going to be like all great and hard on Russia and all of that. I didn't buy it for 1 second. I think he's just trying to take credit and sit there and act like he did something, because we know that he didn't do a damn thing.
Hi, Drew. Thanks for introducing me. Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah, hail to you, Zach. I appreciate you being here. Glad that you finally jumped on the panel. It was great to see you in chat.
Well, I was 10 minutes late for work, and I get out at 4 o'clock, and it's a half-hour drive home. So yeah, I was going to be on time.
Well, I don't know. Like, the woke breaker says he's literally Obama 2.0. Well, yeah, we knew that going in. The minute that he got in, it was pretty much Obama's third term.
Chip off the old shoulder. Real quick, Drew, let's make Brightest Day feel special. So, in brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Brightest day's light. Welcome, Brightest Day.
Welcome. Now I have to go get that stuff. I'll be right back.
I hate to break it to anyone. Oh, man. Lindsay says, with the world distracted by Russia versus Ukraine, China will seize Taiwan. Mark my words. That is an interesting prediction. Tony, blue-eyed root Korean the brace, said, Drew, I'm driving home, so I can't do the tip thing, but did you see Canadian Parliament cut off the politician who wanted to debate the influence of the WEF? They pulled the whole back. Oh, God, yeah, that was blatant. I don't know how many of you guys saw that clip, but it was ridiculous. It is an open session of the Canadian Parliament, I believe it was, where somebody came out and asked the question, can you explain the connection here to WEF? And they literally said, wait, I didn't hear you. It sounds like your mic had some issues there. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't even ask the obvious to these people. I mean, it was terrible. Trinoculus piece, right? That was exactly incriminating stuff. Yeah, Mehdi. Oh, I'm sorry, we're having audio issues.
Well, I mean we all know to a degree the reason he's doing part of this is because of his incredibly poor ratings. So this is the way a lot of these politicians always get the ratings up, especially when they're in charge like that, is they create a war, they create an enemy to divert attention away from how terrible the job they're doing by saying, hey, look, I'm protecting freedom. Look at me. And that's really, to me, that's what it seems like. It seems like a big virtue signal to get away from how poorly he's doing in office.
Oh, my gosh, BD.
Nice.
You're muted, by the way, Zach.
Of course I am. That's double fail. Hey, guys.
That's the perfect intro. I like it.
So who did this?
Great.
Who did this? God. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. But yeah, there's definitely some of that misdirection in play for sure. Tommy, I think you're spot on with that. And whoever got me with the glory hole thing, good one. That was freaking. That was something I was not expecting. Hello, I heard Drew needed a birthday present, so here I am. God.
And according to Glory Hole, Boxy sent him.
Oh man.
Is this just like a long-winded dick in the box trick? Because I feel like that's appropriate.
I don't know, man. It's better. It's better than the. It's better than, I guess, the old the peen through the popcorn container trick at the movies.
I mean, yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Are there boxes that big available in the world?
No, I can't. I can't pull it off at the movie. Somebody else has to.
No, what
no,
they do
no.
is they park a train and they just open all the containers.
No, I was going to say he probably he burrows through one theater and like Tremors, it comes up in another spot through somebody else's popcorn box.
Oh my God.
Oh gosh. So we had Clay Thomason donated $10. It says, "Happy birthday, Drew. Keep it real." Yeah, and that's what I do, brother. You know, we talk about what's really going on in the world, because it's important, and it's something that Wes and I and a number of others here now on the YouTubes are doing, and I think that work is more important than ever. Yeah, Deej, I got kind of figured it was you. Hail to Spencer from Mounting Into Comics, my brother from another mother that works on the Bounding staff, our associate editor. Spencer's awesome, and nice sack. Oh man. Oh Jesus! Oh God. but the thing is yeah, it's blatant misdirection, and I think that the territories in Ukraine, Russia wants it simply a lot of it for basing. You know, there's minerals, there's resources there, but there's also, you know, it's a strategic basing area, and it does have strategic value to them. You know, this isn't a thing before anybody's like, oh, Russia just wants to go out and get their, pre breaking up of the USSR territory back. No, they do not. It is, and Spencer's right about this. It's posturing. A lot of it is posturing, and a lot of it is misdirection as well, as we said. So, Tommy was spot on with that. And the real issue is what's going on with the world governments, and they don't want you to know the degree as to what the corruption is, how bad the infiltration is. They don't want you to know who's exactly is pulling the strings. Maria, I don't know in your country how the government has been acting lately, but does
it's not often that you can literally hear somebody rolling their eyes, but this is one of those occasions.
Oh my God. Oh man. Okay. So for those of you who do not know me, I live in Peru, so it's South America. We just have a new president. He hasn't been in office for a year, and just you guys know a little bit of the politics here. We have like ministries, Ministry of Education. There's like the whole cabinet, right? So I don't really know how politics in the States are, but here it's like that. So each time that a president is elected, he has a group of people that take charge of these offices. And we have literally been through, 6 cabinets, 6 people that are in charge that have been chased and have been changed in each 2 months.
Wow. That's crazy turnover.
It's insane. Right now, it's insane. So actually, the president right now is an extreme leftist. What he wants to do is he wants to close Congress because that's the biggest opposition that he has, and he wants to change the Constitution to make it a left-leaning communist constitution. Kind of like, Bolivia. I wouldn't go so much as Cuba or Venezuela, but definitely Bolivia and Chile. Chile is right now changing its constitution to an extreme leftist constitution.
So they're leaning very heavily like socialist communists.
Extremely heavily.
Forgive my ignorance. Does that mean that Castillo ended up getting in the end?
Yes, he did.
Okay, yep.
He did. Unfortunate. And everybody knew it was fraud.
Yeah.
Everybody
I knew
knew
there was
it.
a whole heap of stuff that was going on with it. I wasn't too sure because we don't really get a lot of world news here. So, but yeah, I knew there was a lot of controversy around his legitimacy.
Yeah. Does leftist mean the same in Peru? Yeah, I mean it's communism, socialism in an extreme. I don't know what you mean by leftist, but that's the idea. And we have a term here which is really, really good. He shared, yeah, it's really bad. Exactly. Venezuela is right now really bad. And we, in the past few years, we have been actually receiving a lot of Venezuelans here in this country, and they've walked. They literally walked through. They went through Venezuela, went through Ecuador, and came here, and some of them went all the way to Chile, to get away from Maduro.
So, I would venture to say then that it's probably fairly likely that if that's indeed the case, that a lot of those people in your government as well probably at some point have been involved with the WEF or some organization similar to that. And it just, this thing is really chilling. And I go back to some of the previous streams that Wes and I have done. Wes, I gotta ask you a question, brother. Have we been going through this since the foundation of the UN? Did it start back then?
I think it started before then. I think you're talking about 1913, and even before then, you look at the Panic of 1907, and then you look at the late 1880s and the panics they had back then, and J.P. Morgan and all that stuff, and then you go back to even further to. Yeah, even go back to Rockefeller and the monopolies. I think it goes way back. Then if you get into the secret societies, that's even further back.
Well, we can make the argument then that the groundwork for this has been laid for, well over 100 years. Is it just, because if you think about it on, just the reality level of this, I put a tweet out the other day replying to somebody, and I said I wouldn't have conceived of this even 20 years ago. Because you talk to somebody on just the common sense level back at that time, it's like, oh man, that's a huge conspiracy theory. I don't know if that's, you think about it, you're like, but I don't think that could really happen. Come on, that's crazy. It sounds like something straight out of a movie or straight out of, a television program. But then now, you look at what's going on and it's just like, my God, in my wildest dreams, I never thought this would be real.
It was kind of the point, right? Let them think it's something out of fiction, and then all of a sudden it's real and you don't know what to think. That's what predictive programming was all about, right?
But yeah.
Well, they want to make all of us seem like we're all conspiracy theorists, so nobody will take us serious.
Well.
No, she's not wrong. Not at all.
Well, part of that also actually goes back to them trying to erase history, and this is why they want to get rid of all the historical documentation, all the shit happening before, because then there's no basis to say, oh, it's already happened before, and look what happened. They're trying to remove all that stuff from history so they can say, oh, well, this has never happened before. You can't even compare this to anything else.
Wow, Tony brought up a bombshell right there. Yeah.
They want to take us digital, right? They want to make sure that everybody has a digital identity and stuff like that. Isn't that what the WEF is talking about? WEF?
Oh yeah, that's a lot of it, Fate. They want to go digital because they want to go full on with the social credit score nonsense and that whole 9 yards.
Who watched Black Mirror? Like the first season of Black Mirror?
Oh, I didn't watch
I have. No.
Yeah, I've watched it plenty of times.
One of the very first episodes is 10 million merits. That is
that's episode 2.
Exactly the future they want for us. Toiling away, doing literally meaningless tasks to support a system we don't understand, living in virtual worlds with virtual things that you don't actually have, in a little box where you sleep. Like, that is not so. That guy actually had to stop making that show because he said reality got way too close. Like, it's so much crazier than what he thought of. That's where we are right now.
And you got to understand, Charlie Brooker has a really messed up mind when it comes to some of the stories and things that he can create. And it got too real. But you forgot the main part of that story. If you work hard enough, you can get a bigger box.
Yeah, that's we do a whole breakdown on that show. It feels really relevant.
I mean, if you look at like the idea that you used to not need an email address to get a job.
Mm-hmm.
And amplify that, you're going to need to have a digital identity completely to exist.
I mean, right now you can get on Quid.
It's
a digital card and collection thing, and you can buy a digital card that you can never hold and never touch or show anyone for thousands of dollars.
What's this Jade Helm thing? I'm not sure I'm familiar with the Jade Helm thing. Anybody know?
All right, say that again.
The Woke Breaker asked, did anybody remember the Jade Helm stuff?
Brightest Day put it in the private chat. But, I wanted to say one thing over top of that. I mean, that was part of the reason they wound up because they were leading in this social credit system. That's why a lot of jobs, too, goes by your credit score. So if your credit score is really bad, you can wind up getting denied a job now, too. It never used to be like that before.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the Jade Helm stuff. I heard of that. I just didn't hear it mentioned as Jade Helm. Yeah. Trinoculus P said, I sub to an interesting channel that focuses on military logistics worldwide. S2 Underground. Very interesting. Blue-eyed Rip Korean the base says someone should superimpose Trudeau on a John Hurts character from V for Vendetta during the "You Need Government" rant.
I'm sure someone's working on it.
Yeah, you probably could make it their own rant right now. Because that's exactly what they'd say. And Lindsay replying to Mehdi said it's horrifying how much Canada is starting to look like Germany in the 30s. Well. A lot of the countries worldwide are starting to look like that because, Grant knows all too familiar, being around Australia and New Zealand, they both are starting to look like that.
We've actually had a bit of a breakthrough with that. Next week, all of our forced mandates and QR codes and that are gone.
Oh, good.
So in England, as of tomorrow, they're getting rid of 95% of it except for hospitals. So there's a lot of places that are having enough because the economy is just tanked, and a country's worth is nothing if they can't produce anything or at least make some money for themselves. So, but yeah, I mean Australia was looking terrible, and Canada is just like, here, hold my poutine, and then.
So what about the vacation spots that people were being sent to?
They still exist. The health hotels, Australia Wits as we call it. They're still going at the moment, but as of the 25th, they won't be. So, but that just means that we won't be told about it. So, who knows?
Well, at least that's a little bit of good news out of Australia.
When 2% of your population marches on the capital without breaking into it, it's very effective.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that the people are standing up, because that's what needs to happen. We can get a lot of things done through peaceful protest. We really can. But the thing is I'm so afraid that and I'm old enough to remember Kent State when I was a kid. I don't want to see another Kent State happen. But I feel like, even with the Canadian protests on both sides, I feel like people were almost, some of the on the protest side were trying to almost force a Tiananmen Square moment. And and I also feel like the other side, the government side, is spoiling to create, something much worse than a Tiananmen Square moment. But you got to remember, it's a slippery slope, guys. Even if we go out there, make our voices heard, and we protest, you got to be careful of that, because they want you to do that.
Well, the thing is, everybody talks about how, they're not going to go against the Constitution. They're not going to do this and that. But if no judges or courts will take your case when people are infringing on your rights, then nothing changes.
No, this is true.
That's kind of how I see this. It's just a barometer. They know now what the limit is, so they can inch it forward the next time they do it, or figure out where the holes in the dam are going to be, plug them, and then just go full bore.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the peaceful protest that occurred in Poland. I don't think I was around back then, but I did remember that we studied it, which was Solidaridad. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was against the Russian communists that had occupation of Poland, and they were able to push back the Russians out of their country with that protest. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah,
So
I
this
remember.
actually, I've been following the Canadian. Well, as you can probably imagine why, because even though I'm far away, I'm still Canadian. I've been following up on the stuff there, and it just reminded me of that. It's like, if we push enough, if we don't let surrender, God, Trudeau can leave. We can get that guy out. The worst thing that could happen is to have him elected. I swear.
I'm wondering if Trudeau's even going to step down, or if he doesn't say
No,
there's
he
going to be
won't.
an emergency and disband the elections. Also, hi everybody, happy birthday, Drew.
Yeah, hail, Free Speech Gaming.
Hello.
Yeah, sure. It's good to see you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I want to get to Dreaming Tabitha's point here, because man, she had a great point. The problem is that they got away with it all. Letting us go back to normal is not within their rightful power. Yeah, and Lindsay says, in the words of Ayn Rand, better dead than red. Yes. Because I think that most of us understand, all right, in the whole grand scheme of one world government. And by the way, got to welcome in our boy 32 Flavors and Nick Weiser. What's up, my friend? Great to see you, homie.
Great to see you, and Merry Birthmas to you, my friend. The biggest dong on YouTube has now grown old to 48 and still coming out swinging, might I add.
No, Nick. It turns out that his dong has got a separate birthday. We're just celebrating his birthday today.
That's one of those time zone issues.
He's got that young girth on his side. Nice. Well, happy birthday. Obviously, I'm a little bit limited on time, but I want to enjoy the next X amount of minutes hanging out with you and the crew on this panel. So hello to everyone else on this panel, and hail to the chat.
Nick,
how are you, buddy?
Nick, we were just talking about what's going on basically with the way that the governments around the world have been infiltrated, the way that they're falling. Eventually, what the end game is with the style of government that that they have, as far as what the one world government's going to present to us, which obviously it's going to be authoritarian.
Oh yeah.
I don't know at this point how anybody can be in the dark, especially after they've linked all of this together. You know, you had Klaus Schwab himself come out and brag that they've infiltrated every single government that we know.
Well, it's easy to kneel and capitulate. You know, it doesn't take a lot of courage. You don't have to put a lot yourself in danger when you do that. So that's why a lot of people lead that way. And, you know, public schools have just been teaching people, you know, how wonderful socialism is. You know, it hasn't led to deaths of, you know, tens, if not hundreds of millions.
Yeah, no, that's true. And here's the thing. You got to think about this too. You have a lot of the big name celebrities and also the younger politicians on the left who are advocating for this stuff, minus the stuff that is being put on TV for advocating for this stuff. Then there's the people who are in school advocating for this stuff. And then you got the globalists advocate for this stuff. So when you're like a kid or a teenager, you have all these people saying the same thing. And that's all you know, whether it's good or bad. They're gonna judge it by, well, this is all I know, and this is what I'm told it's good. If all these people are saying that it's good, well, it's got to be good, because that's all they are put in front of is that type of ideology. I mean, this like extreme leftist ideology has dominated every major institution. There's nothing out there that's right or even center or even some other form of political ideology. It's all been politically, charged. It's all been politically charged, and they have taken advantage of this every step of the way. And they're not going to grab on. They're not going to let go of that power. And as I've told many people, this garbage that is the fucking China coronavirus is only going to end when we demand that it ends, and that is by way of mass civil disobedience. That's I have to emphasize that word, civil disobedience, and we need that. Like, and I don't know what that means. Like the truckers going on strike in America and saying, you know what, I'm just gonna not go to work. But obviously,
Something
we need
like
a
that.
strong number, like I don't know, like 10% of the population, some that's gonna really force their hand, because like there are good numbers in Canada, but if you still think about the population at large, there's still a good amount of population that wasn't there. As nice as it was to see on the screens, there's still a population that still advocated for this madness.
Oh,
to go.
absolutely.
And then many of them still want to lick that boot all bloody day long. It's funny because a lot of people who are not super leftist light get called bootlickers sometimes, but it's the ones who continue to advocate for the coronavirus restrictions who truly are the bootlickers, because all they want is more and more and more. So,
well, I think part of that problem, Nick, part of that problem is you're talking about the mainstream media that's still pushing the shit. You're talking especially
that's
about
another
Hollywood.
outlet that's putting that stuff in front of people.
Hollywood is the biggest proponent of this type of garbage, and as long as they're feeding it to the masses, that's why you got so many people are just blindly following along, whether they really agree with it or not. They have to follow along because that is the popular opinion as far as they're concerned. If they're seeing it in their movies, in their entertainment, and if they're seeing it on the media, that's where it really needs to be taken down first to be able to actually see real change. Because until that time, you're still going to have the sheeple that are just going to follow along because they don't want to cause any kind of waves.
I actually had to I see where you come from, but I'm going to have to slightly disagree. I'd actually argue that the big news media is worse than the movies, because here's the thing. A lot of movies, besides a select few movies, are down in numbers. And that's happened around the world now. But the news outlets, leftists consume that shit 24/7. A lot of them don't like spending money to support things, even though it's just fun because, all these movies support their ideology, but it happens. I'd actually argue media is worse, because also media works with social media. They're also like even closer in line with the government, because here's the thing. If you look at the movies, they're all down in numbers. Most of them are. There's obviously every now and then you get a Spider-Man that succeeds, that's free of the message, as the critical drinker likes to say. But the media is constant, and it's what people are. It's on their heads all the time. I would know. I work in the left-wing echo chamber at my employer, and people keep talking about what is going on all the day from the news. But half of them have not seen a movie, and I've worked near Chicago, and half these people don't care about supporting things. They don't even support each other. If any of them tries to do something on their own that actually try to have like a sliver of success, none of them support each other. I just, maybe that's just my opinion. I feel like the media is even worse than the movies.
Well, I mean, you were touching on social media, and social media is like a complete devil all to its own, unfortunately, right now, because that's being run by corporations. There is no real hand in there to actually censor what they're doing, unfortunately.
You know, this reminds me of I saw a tweet that Shoe on Head put out a few days ago. It was something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of you know, to all the liberals out there who are cheering for the government putting their boot on all of the freedom protesters up in Canada, what the hell do you think a general strike is going to look like? You know, they're always talking about, we need to have a general strike. We need to unionize all of the workers out there. What the hell do they think it's actually going to look like? It'll look like that. It's going to be a single industry coming together, banding together and saying, no, we're done with this shit and we're not going to produce anymore until you can't. You know, until you lift your restrictions.
Castles. No bouncy castles, no hot tubs.
Yeah.
So
and they're going to use everything in their power, including going after people's bank accounts for as little as buying a T-shirt in support.
Okay, can we freeze Justin Trudeau and Joe Biden's bank accounts? Let's see how they like it.
Oh yeah.
Let's freeze their accounts. See, you know, if this is the game they're going to play where they want to watch over our transactions, hey, why don't you show us what you got? Because if you know, if that's the game they want to play, hey, let's see what you got first. And at that point, hey, I'm committed. Then I want to see what you got. But
I mean,
it's a conversation none of them are ready to have.
Well, is there a way to freeze his Chinese bank account?
Or his Swiss one?
I mean, convention of states is a good way to get transparency against the politicians.
You're also assuming there's a paper trail for half of their wealth, which I guarantee there isn't.
I mean, they don't even care about it. They go out, you know, it gets exposed all the time. You know, Hunter Biden getting money from Burisma. What was it? Jim Biden, Joe Biden's brother, went out to, I think he went to Moscow and got like $5 million or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's all out there and they don't care. Heck,
They don't care because
won the election with
they
that.
don't get to get penalized from it. They're not the ones who like the coronavirus rules. They can break all these rules, and they know that the media that favors them and all the Hollywood celebrities that favor, they know they're not going to get called out for it. So they don't have to worry about consequence. They're free of consequence. And
as long as
barely that conservative, that hardly is a conservative movement. Every now and then there's a populist who shows himself. But most of them, they kind of like stop and like, oh no, please don't do this. And then they put their arm down there. Okay, never mind. You could go and do that. And all it's done is let them have more and more and more and more power. As Ripa said it, like a lot of these, like especially a lot of the Rhino legacy Republicans, they're just progressives that just drive the speed limit. They just say stop, then go. And it's a waste of time because there's no real legitimate pushback on them, and that's they're using that to revenge because every time, and short-term memory is another one, because they'll say one thing but 3 weeks later they'll say another thing and no one is putting two and two together. I do, but everyone forgets that
Nick,
they do say that.
Hey, shit. Nick, my guitar player used to talk about that all the time, and he used to put it in the way of music. He says, if you're not out there hitting somebody in the face with something brand new, they're going to forget about you in about a week. And that's the exact same thing you're talking about, is that short-term memory. Most people, they don't remember things from like 1 week to the next. They easily just forget it because, oh, well, something new just came on the news. Let's not worry about that because that's already in the past. I mean, that was like, what was that big in the early 2000s? Oh, that was that's so last week. And that's how a lot of these people that are growing up now are
take advantage of it. They take advantage of that short-term memory. They know that people forget things and they call it on. And it makes you think, before we had like the internet, social media, and 24/7 news, it makes you wonder how many times did they change their stances on things back then? Because the difference now is we have access. We can take screenshots. We can clip the videos. We can clip the photos. We can now use these stuff as receipts, as proof that they're doing this. Like, and I've been doing as much of that as I can because it makes you wonder how much of that was being done back then, because I'm sure it was. The difference is now is we now are catching on.
Well, I've got a great example of one issue that they've flipped on, and that's okay, the Nixon or the Ford Nixon pardon, right? That was universally covered as like a bad thing. And then, you know, all of a sudden it's like, he did the right thing, pardoning Nixon, to heal the country. But most people at the time were completely outraged by it, as they should have been. It clearly was a deal, obviously.
So I think we've reached the point, and if anyone remembers the Yuri Bezmenov interview where he talks about, I believe it's demoralization, where we've reached the point where even if you show someone the truth, they are so entrenched in the lie, or they're so deferent toward it that you can't change their mind.
So invested in it, I would say.
Yes, Bryce, that's a great point, because I've said many times, a lot of these people, they get so entrenched in their what they're told to believe, they let it become like a root of their personality, and when it becomes like a root of their personality, in order to change their position on it, it means changing their personality, and they don't want to change their personality because it makes them feel like they're getting played. And also on top of it, and the few times that they're gonna actually change their position, it's not about what the information is. It's a matter of who is saying the information. As long as the person that they consider the approved source, because they like to have the people that they quote unquote trust say it. They could, as long as their approved party or source says it, they will believe anything, no matter how crazy or true it is. They just want their side to say it, or their favorite liar in this case.
And I try to use my place of employment as a gauge for what a normie would feel. And I feel like a lot of people are just putting their nose to the grindstone and trying to keep distracted through their normal everyday activities, because a lot of it is acceptable to them. Like, until something becomes a life-changing leverage event. If anyone remembers, I did that video last year when the vax mandate came out, basically putting my stance against it. I know guys that on paper were gonna do the same thing and not take it, and both of them caved. I think a lot of people are just putting their nose to the grindstone, keeping their head down until something comes upon them, and they're not paying attention to what's going on, regardless
Nobody
of how bad
wants
it is.
to know what's going on. It's like everybody has Stockholm syndrome.
Mhm.
They're all too afraid to speak out because their family or friends might just, kick them to the curb. So they just don't say anything. And then they avoid everyone, and they don't answer any questions.
The path of least resistance. And you know what? That literally happened to me when I started speaking out against all this Corona stuff. Like, all the store parties I used to go to that happen outside of work. Like, I'm still employed with my employer, but I don't get called anymore. I don't get text message anymore. And they don't, they want, I just show up at my job and do what I do. And I have a few workers who I talk to, and some of them tell me that they understand where I'm coming from and that they agree. And, and I'm just like, hey, that's great that you feel that way. But honestly, well, you gotta say these things too, because me saying it is not enough. The number of us saying it is still insignificant, and I have, I've lost a portion of friends. Luckily, it's not drastic, but if it were to have been that way, then so be it. But I have sacrificed that too. But I'm just not gonna hold my tongue on this stuff anymore. Like, otherwise, this is gonna get even worse. And once I, came out about it, do you want to know how free my mind has been since I started speaking out against this stuff? I feel freaking bulletproof. Now I'm just like, none of these people have power over me anymore. And that's the best way you could do it about it, because the only way you could be canceled or even, written off is if you allow yourself to be canceled or written off.
Yeah, but most people are scared to even step up and do that because they're not willing to pay any kind of price whatsoever, because they see all the shit that's going on between social media and all the other sites, and they see people getting canceled for the slightest infractions, and they're worried that that's going to be the end. So they, well, I'm just going to stay in my pocket. I don't agree with it, but I don't want to speak out because it's going to cost me this. Well, how do you know it's really going to cost you that unless you speak out? You're just pretty much giving your rights away at that point and saying, I'm ready to be trampled on. And then you're going to speak out when it's already too late. People in freaking Germany did that in the 1940s. They waited until it was too late before they started speaking out. And look what happened to them.
Yeah, we got some.
Yeah, it's a process. You gotta. I don't know. Maybe we should do some videos on how to do that.
People are allowing it to happen to others as well. That's the point. They're like, well, I don't want this to happen to me, but they're perfectly fine with it happening to their best friend, their mother, their sister, their cousin. That's that's the part that I don't get.
Well, it happens to everyone around them than themselves.
Well, here's the thing, and I'll explain this in a second, but I want to get to some of the comments from our chat because the chat's on fire right now. And Lindsay, if you're still on Twitter, I would really suggest connecting with Mehdi because a lot of the people in the Twitter spaces that we know, they are looking into Klaus Schwab's background, as Mehdi said. And that's the thing. That's the type of investigative work that the average citizen has to do now. Like, if you want to break free of this cult of personality, as Solus Hassan so nicely put it, you know, that's the thing. And Tabitha's right here. Reminds me of the Count Dooku quote, twice the pride, double the fall. It comes down to pride. Without humility, we cannot have civil discourse or real change. You know, Keely Chow says to all you patriotic Canadians who stand with Saggy Melons and the Canadian truckers, if you see Smash JT, please call him Smash Justin Trudeau. Nice.
Bravo.
Yeah, it's this is great. And Lindsay says, I think it might be normalcy bias too. They try to come up with excuses because they are trenched in the it can't happen here mentality, and that's a great point. A lot of people are in that safe bubble, and they don't want to recognize what is really going on.
And that was going to be something else I brought up, is that there's a subset of people that has so readily accepted the easy answers of the narrative that's what they lean on. That's their safe space.
Yeah, and TZ Canadian, and what's up, TZ Canadian? Great to see you, man. It says, know your local and state and provincial laws and show people, because 99% of citizens really don't know the law, and they don't. You know, they don't pay attention to their local laws and the important ones to know what's on the books. And gotta say, what's up to the Comic Relief Crusader. I know that Comic Relief was talking about homeschooling before, and that is so important right now. If you have children, homeschooling is the way to go. And if any of you are old enough to remember, I know Janet's old enough to remember, Wes is old enough to remember, a number of people here, remember those history flashcards that they used to have that really, and it had the true history on it. The stuff they taught us at school. If anybody has things like that you kept from your youth, share those with your children. Share those, please, with your children, because the way that they are trying to revise and change history and everything else, it is paramount right now.
Well, there's another problem there, though, Drew. I mean, you could teach that child the correct way, and they could know what's wrong and what's right. But when they get in with their friends, if their friends have a different view, they can actually sway their opinion. I have seen it happen already with my daughter, and I've talked about it a few times. So, I mean, you got to be very careful about that kind of stuff, too.
But
What can you do about that? I mean, you could do a lot of things, but you can't really pick your kids' friends.
Yeah, but the difference is, if you're a parent that's very hands-on with your child or even your grandchildren, and they come and they ask you questions and they don't understand something, and you explain it to them, and they'll say, well, so-and-so said this, and say, well, this is the truth, and here, I'll show you, look it up and show it to them. And then might keep them from believing every little thing that these other friends say. But you having a relationship with your children, teenagers, cousins, nieces, nephews, or whatever, and they have the want to ask you a question because they trust you. So most kids won't even care. But if they're in between not knowing what they want, and they talk to someone they trust and you tell them, then you could sway them just because they love you and know that you care about them. And then they might sway one of their own friends or someone else. And that the fact that you have a hands-on relationship with your child and even know that that's happening, that's a +1. That's how I look at it.
Medi's right about this too. Kids today have no true clue what Hitler did to subdue Germany. In 1933, he enacted a law that gave him the same powers that Trudeau now has over Canadians, and that's true. They omit things like that in the schools right now. They don't want there are things purposely being left out.
And Drew, what was one of the first laws that Hitler enacted when he got in? He put a complete and total gun ban on citizen ownership.
Yes, exactly.
The first prisoners that were taken were all political prisoners. It had nothing to do with identity at first. It had everything to do with politics. If you were against the the German
consolidation of
Workers' Party.
power.
Yeah.
I was going to say, anybody that has some alcohol handy out there, if anybody care to partake in a birthday shot with me, kind of screwed up. I poured myself about a quadruple shot here.
I'm still in the office, but cheers.
We don't know what it is. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, Drew, you're drinking for at least 2 or 3.
Jack Daniels?
Oh, the critical drinker would be proud.
No, Drew is drinking for at least 2 or 3 because, well,
Slancha.
Okay.
All right. Well, here we go.
Cheers.
Love you, Drew.
Happy
Cheers.
birthday.
Holy crap.
That was
Happy
awesome.
birthday, Drew.
Whoa. He's burning. He's burning.
Do we want to attempt to sing?
Yes. Oh, we have to. We have to. It's not a real birthday. Otherwise.
Holy cow.
Everybody come off mute and say a couple words that you might catch up.
You might have to do another one, Drew, because Brahma Bull said, wait for me, Drew. I think he's fixing him a drink.
Everybody in chat, make sure you turn your speakers all the way down. Or hit
No, you got to crank it. Turn the sound bar on, everything.
And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3. Happy
birthday to you.
Happy
Everyone's gonna leave.
And it's stop.
Happy
birthday to you.
And I hope you get
That was
away
one of our
with
best renditions ever.
Thank you,
Wes,
guys.
I sent you an DM. Did you read it?
Oh man.
Chris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to turn him off.
Yeah, Chris Fisk brings up a great point. He said
It's true.
Books not taught in public schools anymore. Animal Farm, 1984. Harrison Bergeron, Brave New World, Fahrenheit 451. Odd that these books have been silently removed from curricula. Yeah, they're not available in school libraries.
Wonder why.
I just wanted to add something. I really have to be going in about a couple minutes, but one of the things that bravo. I would add the never-ending story as well. By the way, huge criticism to communism.
Yeah, Medi says, have to bolt to pick up my wife. Drew, I love your podcast. All these people are great. Thanks for inviting me, brother. Enjoy your night. Yeah. Follow Medi on Twitter, guys. He's awesome. It's at Medibumps. He does a lot of stuff, hangs out in the Twitter space sphere. So make sure that you check him out in Twitter spaces and whatnot. If somebody can handle April Scott, smash the bot, please.
Already did.
Yeah, I thought they were too busy over in the Ukraine. What are they doing here in the chat?
Yeah. And Medio shoots you follow back. The group that we talk to normally in Twitter Spaces is very awake, very proactive. So I would really urge starting some discourse with those folks because I know it's the kind of sort of connecting two different worlds, but I think with connecting people with Twitter Spaces and the YouTube sphere, the more of us that are together and on the same page and willing to fight back against what we know is a terrible agenda, what we know is evil. I think that in the end, the more of us that are together, the more that it's only going to help. So, I urge you folks to connect away with one another for sure. And, I want to say hello to the lovely Arwen Avalon, our other co-host of the Pegasus Actual podcast. She's in the house, so it's great to see Arwen. And, I know that if she were sitting in here right now, she would be probably cracking open the Moscato, knowing Arwen. Dragon Master 360 said, have they removed old legends of Dracula, Wolfman, and so on and so forth, aka Universal Monsters? No, they haven't. They haven't gone and taken those away yet, thankfully.
I'm actually kind of surprised that they haven't tried to destroy Tolkien's work yet.
Well, they are.
I mean,
the Amazon,
like the actual. I'm talking about the actual books. I'm surprised they haven't gone back and tried to have them rewritten too.
Give it a couple years. Wait till they get the right.
Mom, you want a birthday shot at Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go
Mom. Yeah.
Go Mom. Oh, Mom.
Here.
All right, way to go, Mama Heretic.
I got one out on Twitch.
Drew's a chip off the old block.
Yeah, everybody's
That's pretty big
cheering.
chip.
Everybody's cheering you for having that shot. Good for you, Mom.
Way to go, Mom.
Hail, Mom.
Yeah.
Hail, Mama.
Huh.
Nice.
Oh man.
Yeah, all of these books that are getting banned, just some of them don't make sense to me. Like To Kill a Mockingbird. Why are they taking that out of the classroom?
You're banning that one?
Yeah, in Tennessee, I believe, because there's two main states that are doing a lot of the banning. There's Texas and Tennessee. Texas is kind of legit with what they're doing. They're going through the books and they're removing from the libraries books that contain anything sexually explicit that could be considered pornography or anything like that. So that's not such a big deal in my opinion. But Tennessee, they've gone like off the rails there. Yeah, they banned To Kill a Mockingbird of all books. And
Dude, they were banning Mouse.
Yeah, they banned Mouse. Yeah, they're going off the rails with this stuff.
Uncle Tom's Cabin?
Probably, I'm not sure.
That's a no. The Adventures of Huck Finn.
What?
Yeah,
that one.
That's
That's
they
a no now.
what did they?
That's insane.
No, they did a thing I saw recently where they were renaming all the characters in Huck Finn and what they called Joe.
African American Joe.
Jovial Joe. I think that's what they Jovial Joe was what they called him. Yeah. But yeah, they renamed all the characters to make it more inclusive for a modern age.
Yeah, we'll do Brahma Bull for sure.
I'm just waiting for them to edit Richard Pryor.
Well, I mean,
you don't really see a lot of his stuff out there anymore.
Yeah. What's he done lately? Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it. But no, like he had his album that was, a very explicit title. So I mean, it won't be long before they start retroactively doing stuff like that.
Or just bury it in history and make sure it never comes up.
I'm sure Dinklage is probably going to lead the charge to go after the Wizard of Oz books.
Yeah, sadly.
All right, hey Drew, this is the moment where I got bail because I gotta get ready for some mead and then Toxic Tuesday tonight. But sir, happy birthday! Thank you for letting me come on, and I'm sure someone's just antsy to get on here and maybe sing happy birthday to you as well. Hopefully you get really drunk, make a lot of bad decisions. All right, make a lot of them. All right, that's what birthdays are for. So I know when I hit 35 in a few months, trust me, I'm gonna make so many bad decisions that what I don't remember, everyone else will remember. So it all works out in life. Anyways,
Nick, thanks for popping in here and hanging out, buddy. And hail Dick's Division and
hail to the Dick's Division indeed.
And bro, yeah, thank you again. I'm proud to be your friend. I'm glad that we're friends, and I'm thankful for you, buddy. You're good people. We're brothers in metal. We're brothers in freedom. And I appreciate that, man. To know that.
Feelings are 811% mutual, dude. All right. I'll see you soon, man, and stay long, hard, and strong.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Later.
I take my cue as well. I have to get going as well. Sorry, Drew. I would have loved to stay and chat more. I had a few ideas, to throw out there, but
wow. I gotta say, I'm impressed, Maria, because this is the first time that I think you've been on a United Resistance and actually wow, you just You brought it strong, girl. Nice job.
Gee, thank you. I'm not very vocal on the political side, as you know. I'm more into pop culture, but when faced with a panel like this one, you gotta rise up to the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing, and just the insight into what's going on with your country and everything. I thank you so much for giving us that picture and letting us understand that. Feel free to tell everybody where they can find you. Tell them about your channel before you go,
Sure.
and then we will see you soon. So.
For everybody who doesn't know me, I'm on Big. I am Maria. This is my YouTube channel right here, Unlocking Laura, and TGC is for the Geeky Crochet because that's what I do artistically, and that's where you can find me on Twitter. I also have an After the Weekend show with my co-host Art to the Icky. So
yeah. Make sure you catch Maria and Rick on After the Weekend because that's really good. They do a lot of good entertainment stuff, and also our other good friend Dreaming Tabitha. Make sure you catch her on Inside the Booth because her and Dan, they do an awesome show together as well. So. I love the fact that this community, this fellowship, we reach out to one another, and I had the absolute pleasure of making friends with Maria and Ricky, and they're starting their YouTube journey, and they're growing, and to kind of work with them, and not only in my own way help them grow, but maybe introduce and cross-pollinate audiences. It's awesome to do that, but what's more awesome about it, and this is the thing I love about this fellowship, is gaining friendships that I know will last forever. And Maria, our friendship is one that will, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, everybody, and I hope to be on the panel again.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime you want, you know that.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting everybody.
Nice. I just stopped you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So
I'm gonna dip out too, Drew.
I got a couple of more minutes.
All right, Fate.
Yeah, I just want to say happy birthday, brother, and thanks for inviting me on. I appreciate it. Thanks to the panel. Awesome streaming with you guys. And thanks in chat, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for being here, brother. I appreciate you.
All right. See you later.
All right. We got some open spots, so I'm going to send a link to our boy Brahma Pool, and we'll get some birthdayness flowing because I know he wants to do a little toast together. So there we go.
As long as it's not some birthday soup.
Tell you what,
There
I'll
you go.
go grab some booze and I'll be right back.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Well, Drew, I got to get going as well, but I did want to stop by, wish you a happy birthday. Appreciate you having me on and streaming. And here's the 48 more, man.
Yeah, Wes, it's funny. I actually, I had a conversation today actually with Laura. I texted with Laura a little bit, and she wished me a happy birthday, and we were chit chatting a bit. She's hopefully we can get her back soon for part 2. You and I, that would be great.
That would be amazing.
So, but yeah, Wes, you and I have been on this journey together, and just whether it's spending Christmases across the miles together, celebrating each other's birthdays, it's like I always tell you privately, man. You are family to me, sir. You are, as far as I'm concerned, seriously, my brother.
He is the moody brother we never knew we had.
But
well, it's nice to not have dysfunctional family. Let me tell you that.
But you are indeed my brother Wes, and I will catch up with you soon. If you do trekking tonight, if I'm still sober and upright, I may join in for that.
Nice. Yep, still doing trekking.
All right, we will talk to you later, buddy. Take care.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Be well, Wes.
Later.
All right, let's bring in our buddy, the Bravo Bull.
Happy birthday, Drew. How are you guys doing?
Hey, we're doing good.
You had that first toast without me, but yeah, I'm ready to start drinking with you.
All right, let's.
Yeah, I just don't think you have enough around you, Brahmable. I think you need to get a bit more, buddy.
Well, we'll see how much of it we can knock out tonight. It's good enough reason to have a few. No, I was gonna say every time Drew's dick gets mentioned in the chat, I was gonna have a drink, but I died.
Oh, bad idea.
Yeah.
Unless you like hospitals.
Dude,
Yeah.
You don't understand the extent of that meme is just absolutely insane. That meme will go on for friggin' time immemorial.
I mean, almost as long as your dick.
Yeah, just thankfully you didn't get the Jed treatment. It could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah. Thankfully, Jed got stuck with the other. I'm very happy to take my.
Thankfully, Jed got stuck with the needle. Is that what you were going to say?
Yeah. All right. Cheers, man.
Cheers to you. Happy birthday.
Happy
48.
birthday. Yeah, I was almost going to say I didn't expect to live this long. No, I got to say, I would love to have all the wisdom and everything else I do, through via the life experiences I've had, but be able to go back to like 20-year-old me and mold that shit together. Because, man, I would be a fucking beast.
I don't know. I can't wait to be old. You can say anything in public and just get away with it. People open doors for you.
Your balls can hang out the bottom of your shorts.
Right, and you don't get yelled at.
Oh, man. Well, God, I look at some of the people I went to high school with, and it's like, holy shit, what have they been taking that they can have the fountain of youth? Because, man, I feel every bit my age. Spencer says you can fart anywhere. Oh, man, you can steal things. Keely Chow says, if Drew and his dog were ever go into space, they will be going where no man and his dog have gone before. Move over, Captain Kirk. Nice.
I feel like that's going to create a vacuum in the atmosphere that's just going to have catastrophic repercussions.
Tell the hole in the ozone layer formed, right?
Yeah.
I swear to God, funny story. And this was like 2 weeks ago at the supermarket. Actually, I was in there, and I'm going down. I was going down the what was it? I think like the pop aisle, and I swear to God, there was this lady, and she had to be probably about in her, around my age, generally in her mid 40s, maybe early 50s. I swear to God, that lady cut one, and it was so bad. Like, you're just when you're in the supermarket, and the supermarket is notorious for this, because it's like, they ought to have a shop at your own risk sign when you're shopping at these places, because you never know when you're just going to walk through essentially a toxic gas cloud. And that's like I get down to where Dr. Pepper is, and then it's like, this like stench, like overdone cabbage hits me, and I'm just like, oh my God, what in the hell? And it's, I mean, there's no other explanation. It had to be this lady, but it was like, I'm sitting there in the pop aisle, like ready to gag because
My headphones are still off.
Hey, John.
Okay, I can hear you now. My headphones
Yeah.
are turned
Yeah, welcome.
How's it going? Happy
Um,
birthday.
My boss and one of my best friends, John F. Trent from Bounding Into Comics, is in the house. Good to see him. I was just recounting being in the supermarket a couple weeks ago and being absolutely like bowled over by a crop dusting middle-aged lady.
Well,
she like farted on you?
No, well, dude, it was the only explanation because there was nobody else in the pop aisle before me but her. And then, right when I get to Dr. Pepper, there was this like serious, like overdone cabbage stench. It was terrible.
Maybe it was her breath.
So, Drew, you don't believe women fart?
No, I know they do.
They fluff powder.
That's what I'm saying. It had to be an SBD. It was a silent but deadly for sure.
And she was at the Dr. Pepper section. I mean, you can't trust people who drink Dr. Pepper. It's basically carbonated prune juice. It's guaranteed to give you gas.
I'm drinking it right now. It's great.
Yep. Right on cue.
I had an interesting encounter. Two interesting encounters today. I went to see the doctor today to get it was basically like one of those like you have to go see the doctor and then actually like get on to like schedule the real appointment or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I parked, no problems. Was walking in, wasn't wearing my mask or anything like that. I was gonna put it on because in Virginia we still have to wear masks when you go to the actual doctor's office. But I usually don't put it on until I'm like right at the door or whatever. And then I'm getting on the elevator and I'm riding up the elevator. We stop at the ground level. And then the guy who's in the elevator with me hadn't said anything to me before, then starts like asking me like where my mask is. Why don't you have your mask on?
Oh God.
Like you got something like there's something wrong in your head. And it's like, just like lecturing me about like not wearing a mask. And I just thought it was just the most insane conversation I'd had. I was like, wow, this is why I like don't go out. I stay home.
You seriously ran into one of those people?
Yeah, he started lecturing me in an elevator, and then the story gets even crazier. I'm leaving the doctor's office and I get on the elevator and I'm on the 5th floor and I go down. I get to the lobby. The elevator stops in the lobby. I still got to go one more floor down to get to the parking garage, and these two men are like just like screaming at each other in the lobby. One guy's like on his phone threatening to like call the police. The other guy is like yelling at him like, I didn't do anything to you. He gets up in his face. He's like a delivery man. The one guy who got up in the guy's face and was being accused of assaulting this other guy. And they both get on the elevator with me. I think they were trying to go up. They went down and they're just like still just like screaming at each other on the elevator. I'm just like, I need to get out of here before like just like devolves.
You were brave to get in the elevator with them.
No, I was already in the elevator.
Oh.
They got in the elevator with me. Like I'm on the 5th floor going down by myself. It stops at the lobby. I think they're trying to go up. He's a delivery guy. He's clearly got to go. He's got to go up. And
it was like a
the other guy
sketch.
Yeah, it was just it was the most bizarre.
So wait a minute, let me get this right. He was going up while you were going down. Are we actually talking about an elevator ride here? I just got to make sure.
Yeah, I'm on the 5th floor. I'm going down. The elevator stops at the lobby, and these guys were fighting in the lobby. Get on my elevator, and I think they wanted to go up. But my elevator's going down, so they both get on anyways. And they're just like still like screaming at each other and yelling at each other. The one guy gets it like right in the dude's face, and the elevator finally goes the one floor down. I just like book it out of there.
Dude, they were going. Yeah. It's like what It's like what Spencer said. You're going down to fight like in the garage. It's going to be like Fight Club.
Man, we need to bring back public dueling. That'll fix a lot of this shit.
Yes.
Like, you want to talk that much shit, somebody's actually going to get shot now.
I think in 48 states you still can.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Well, not gun duels, but
oh, okay.
Yeah,
but
you can have
physical
pistols
harm.
at dawn.
Oh yeah, you can do what do they call it? Mutual combat.
Mutual combat. Yeah, 48 states, I believe.
Yeah, pistol dueling became less popular when you actually were able to hit your target pretty accurately.
Yeah.
I kind of wish they would have that. You know, like you'd be like, all right, you crossed the line. I challenge you to honorable combat in the battle circle.
I challenge you to a duel, sir. Bring your musket.
Does anybody remember that guy, Phoenix Jones? Was running around.
Yeah.
I can't remember the city,
Yeah,
but basically he was taking advantage of that rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we are going to have to duel to the death.
I remember
he's in jail now on drug charges.
Yeah.
I remember watching them old fights of Kimbo Slice.
Oh, back when he was doing like backyard boxing.
Yeah. Dude. He was like just whooping dudes.
After prison, before fame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I was telling one of my buddies though, I can't even imagine that happening like a decade ago, that you just have this guy just like start lecturing you on an elevator going up, and then on the way down there's like a fight about to break out.
Well, the amazing thing is, shouldn't all of us that don't wear masks be dead by their logic?
Yeah.
I mean,
Hail
there's
Bear.
no reason for them to be
Yeah, and you can tell that they wish we were dead by the way you're treated when you don't wear one.
He was telling me that he wanted me to put the mask on to protect him, even though he was wearing his mask.
Yeah.
That's how masks work, though. It's like life jackets. Your life jacket doesn't work unless the person next to you is wearing theirs.
I mean, it's just like socialism. Doesn't work unless everybody does it.
You just got to trust
Even
the science.
3 jabs don't work.
Yeah.
No, because you need the 4th one to boost the other 3. And then you need
no. After 3
you
jabs, you
can
got to
pass
follow
out
it
on
across.
camera. Yeah.
That's
the other thing
with
was
all these jabs. They're setting up a right hook sooner or later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Soul Assassin just had a good comment. Great way to go about future elections.
Thunderdome.
No, it was the later one.
Thunderdome.
Yeah, one.
Oh, nice.
Trump and Biden would have been funny to watch.
I mean, poll numbers would go up all over the place.
Well, no, they used to have that thing. I used to watch it on MTV. Remember Celebrity Deathmatch? John, you remember that?
Claymation.
Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Mills Lane, the referee.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
I didn't watch a lot of that stuff, I'll be honest.
Oh man, that was great. And so speaking of people actually taking stands about stuff, John. So what's going on with them trying to cancel Evangeline Lilly now?
Yeah, so I haven't fully looked into that. I know Josh is working on a story right now. Sorry, I'm eating. But from what I understand is she posted a message to one of her social media platforms.
Yeah.
Probably Instagram. So I think that's the one she mainly uses, and was basically telling Trudeau like not to demonize and basically call these people who are peacefully protesting evil, which I guess is what he was doing, and calling for basically a conversation similar to what Gina Carano was doing with Whoopi Goldberg, calling for conversation instead of whatever was happening with that. And I guess now people are trying to get her canceled because she has wrongthink, and that's not surprising. These MCU stands are trying to cancel everyone who has wrongthink. Clearly we saw it with Gina. They were trying to cancel her for months before they finally, I guess Disney eventually did pull the trigger there, and looks like they're going to go after Right? Yeah, I mean, you saw them quickly turn on Letitia Wright after that Hollywood Reporter report, and Letitia had to come out and say this is not true. The one thing she didn't deny in that report was that she fired her PR team, which I thought was hilarious, given the fact that I'm sure I think Gina said something similar. She got rid of the PR people because the PR people are always just telling you to bend the knee and it'll go away. And we know it never goes away. SJWs always lie and they always double down. That's what they do. It's repeated behavior over and over and over again.
If I remember correctly, there was a few of us said this shit's not going away.
Oh yeah, it's not going away. That's why I'm always like baffled when I hear any kind of analysis about just like, oh, just ignore it and it will go away. Just ignore these people and they'll go away. Like, no, these people aren't going away. There's a reason why they're here now. It's because you ignored them. So yeah,
the only reason why flies go away is because it's the end of their life cycle.
Yeah, you hit them with the swatter.
Yeah.
Or the newspaper, whatever you got at hand.
Chris Fisk makes a good comment here. Evangeline Lilly made a big mistake. She tried to appeal to their human side. She didn't realize that these are no humans we're dealing with.
So I actually disagree with that. I mean, clearly they're humans. I'm a Catholic, so I believe we're all made in Christ's image. And I think she did reach a lot of people. I think the fact that she apologized in the beginning, you can't apologize. I don't think you can apologize to people when you're in the right. I don't think you should apologize when you haven't done anything wrong. That's not to say that I also believe that I'm going to be persecuted. People are going to persecute us, and that's going to happen. We've seen it throughout the millennia that Christians have been persecuted. It's an indisputable fact. Just look at Rome, the fires with Nero and everything like that. But what I don't think she didn't make a mistake there. She learned a lesson, and that lesson she clearly showed that she learned it when she went and posted that Instagram post where she was like, "I'm protesting against the vaccine mandates." So they didn't change her mind. She might have did an apology, but it was clearly was a fake apology, and she didn't actually buy into it. She went and was 2 years later protesting against vaccine mandates, and now she's even more outspoken. So to me, it's almost like their persecution actually made her stronger in her beliefs. Which, again, if I want to not to be too religious, but I mean that's what the martyrs did. That's how that's why Christianity is pretty much the religion of the West, because the martyrs actually believed in the faith and were willing to die for it, and they did.
Yeah, you can never really accept the apologies from most of these people when they never take them genuinely. They're never going to actually accept any type of apology. They just want to see if they can slowly but surely, through a war of attrition, get you to break your ideals and get you to break your choices in life to just follow what they want you to do. It's all about mob control.
Yep.
Yeah, they want to break you spiritually, mentally, and then obviously eventually physically. And
they're doing that.
It's the Joker mentality. They want to push you and make you prove that you are not the ideals you say you are, that you are the monster they are. It's exactly the same situation.
Well, yeah, and again, this is all connected. We're starting to see all of this stuff come out now, where we can see where each and every sector that all of this stuff has touched. You can see the way that Hollywood is used. You can see, and entertainment in general. You can see the way that government is infiltrated. You can see all of this stuff, and what the end goal is.
Drew, Deadhead's been telling you this shit for fucking years now.
Yeah. Oh, I know. No
one wanted to listen to us, though.
Well, the thing was that nobody could really conceive of it, because it goes back to what some of the people in the chat mentioned earlier, which is the fact that people were comfortable that honestly this could never happen. This could never happen. And that's the thing. Most people thought, oh, well, this is just a conspiracy theory. This is just, who thinks about this? This is just like people that are way out there think, that there's actually, people that want to do one world government, or that the Illuminati is real, or this or that. It was always looked upon as something weird, and yet here we are. you know, and they've openly admitted it, that it's a plan, the whole 9 yards, and they did so much so that you can see exactly what they've done with every single sector of importance that holds people's attention away from the real world, which is entertainment, and with the entertainment sphere, the sports sphere, you know, so on and so forth. And that is, you know, that's it blows my mind, because I didn't think this reality was coming. And you know, Shellback's been so patient, he's been so silent, you know, he just kind of popped in here quietly. But you know, hail to Shellback. It's great to see you, Timmy. Thank you for
I didn't want to interrupt the flow, you know. I mean, it's a hell of a birthday conversation that I walked into.
well, you know, I'm doing the birthday stream, but I'm also doing my show. So, you know, and then, you know, we're kind of locked on target of what's going on, you know, and you know, and Bounty in the comics, you know, we pay attention to what's going on in the entertainment sphere. We pay attention to that component, but you know, you can definitely see the correlation to how it's being used and why it's being used and manipulated the way it is. You know, it's to keep people in that sort of fog and spread this ideology.
Well, and as far as Evangeline Lilly goes, and the apologies in general for stuff like this, I had a 7th grade teacher who, anytime you did something wrong, if you apologized, he would tell you true sorrow produces change. So, you know, if in these cases where an apology is being forced, there's not going to be any change from that. I mean, so what's the point in apologizing? Because you're not truly sorry. You're not expressing any actual sorrow. It's no different than a kid getting caught doing something that is told is wrong. But in this case, you're not doing anything wrong. You're just being told you better apologize.
Also, these people are going to treat you the same as a dissident. Whether or not you actually do apologize is just going to change whether or not they're going to actively speak out again. They're going to treat you the same either way. It's just whether or not they're going to be proud of it.
Wasn't that a Pearl Jam song, The Dissident? The dissident is here.
If there was, I wouldn't have been able to understand it.
Yeah, when folks apologize like that, that's a capitulation, because it's not really a genuine apology.
Yeah,
it's their PR team told them to do it most of the time. If
right,
yeah, that's their PR team should be fired, because every single time they apologize, they're just in worse trouble, or you know, completely canceled anyway. So what's the point? Don't have those people.
That's basic Catholic teaching too. When you go to confession and you don't actually do a good confession, you're not forgiven of your sins, because you're not actually confessing your sins, because you're not actually sorry about what you did. You don't have a what's the word I'm looking for? You don't have a
you don't actually have
you're not
contrition.
repentant. Contrition.
The biblical term.
But the thing is, people don't have to say they're sorry about anything, because if they don't have anything and they don't believe in anything and they don't believe there's any consequences, then they say, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the mentality that I see everywhere.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. I mean, that's one of the big issues that we face in our society now, is this idea of like moral relativism, and there is nothing that's right or wrong, and people actually like buy into that, so they don't think that they are wrong when they've clearly done something wrong. And you could argue that Star Wars might be at fault with this. I don't think so, because you have like from a certain perspective, and you'll have those people making that argument, which is just utterly ridiculous. But
secular humanism.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I agree with Jan. It's part of the huge problem is that consequences have been removed specifically in areas where it has been politically expedient for a particular group. We've established double standards all over the place. We've expected one group to play fair when they clearly don't, and then when the other group tries to play fair, they get taken advantage of. It's a circle all over again.
Yeah, as long as you think the right way, you can burn down whole city blocks. But if you don't, you're going to get thrown in prison for taking an unguided tour through the
And
Capitol
if
building.
if the wrong person gets put in prison or convicted of a crime and they're afraid they're going to blab, they just die or kill themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right after the cameras go down for 3.5 minutes.
And
Didn't that
his
just happen
sincere
again?
apology is just another insult. Just saying. Yeah, that's what Wookie said.
Yeah, Jan 6 was the that was the worst freaking insurrection of all time. I mean,
They just did a crap job at actually, insurrecting.
They they let the velvet ropes hold them back, and it's just
Dude, I still laugh like every time I see that video of Viking guy when he's walking in and he's just like he's walking up in the chamber. He's just like sees that guy. He's like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" He's just so chill.
Oh, the security
I'll tell
guard.
you what, if I was a Capitol Police or a Secret Service agent, and I saw that granny coming towards me, I would shit my pants too. Okay.
Oh, actually, I think she was at a completely different event. I think that particular photo was not from that day.
No,
But
they'd shoot her in the neck like they did Babbitt.
Yeah, the Viking guy though, when he walks in the Senate chamber or whatever, that was just great because he's just like, he just looks at the guys like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" And then there's that guy that's sitting there kind of down and exhausted, and the Viking guy was actually cool. He's like, "Are you all right, man? You cool?" The dude was so chill, but the Viking guy got the worst. I think one of the worst sentences of anybody.
He was the most recognizable.
The guy I'm worried about is the one that actually went and sat down at Nancy's desk, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I would if I would have done that or seen him, I would have been like, "Dude, we need to go to the hospital right now, and you need to get tested for some shit because
I
Some back of the head shots.
Well, I still remember. Yeah, I still remember. When I was there that day, and it was funny, Shellback, because you and I think John and Wes were like the first people to like text me, like after like all this stuff started happening. Because John wondered if I was in the middle of all that stuff.
Right.
I mean, you kind of knew that. I don't know. I had a feeling that like something like that was going to happen. Like you just I don't know. You just had that feeling.
I did too. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I thought it was going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah,
Well,
I thought
it was going to be stuff
yeah.
procedural. I didn't think we were going to have people going in, but I thought we were going to see a lot more procedural stuff within, the actual the Senate. Well, or the combined Congress at that point, right?
Yeah. Oh, I thought there was going to be like Antifa people in the crowd just outside trying to like really cause havoc.
I mean, there were.
Like we saw in
I think
I mean, I'm talking about like stuff you see in like Seattle where there's literally like troops marching against each other, stuff like that. That's what I thought was going to happen.
I wondered about that because
they didn't.
Well, no, I was going to tell you, Tim, when I was still streaming from down there, because I got up to where I was like 3 blocks from the actual like Capitol. Because I was over there, I got down to about like I think 3rd Street, and I was just like posted up down there, and I was streaming from like that corner right there, and then I kind of looked up behind me, and there's like because I could hear like these booms, it sounded like M80s, so I'm thinking like, okay, are there like some Antifa people? Because I knew like one of their MOs was to use like fireworks and crap like that. And I'm like, oh, great. Are they like agitators? Are they starting some crap up? And I kept hearing that as I was finishing up my stream. And that's when I told people like, yeah, my battery's going low. I'm going to go ahead and end my stream. I'm going to go grab food and come back. And then I started making my way to the train. And then just about as soon as I hit the train was when all the stuff hit the fan. Because no sooner did I board my metro back toward my hotel when all that stuff happened. And then I ended up just taking the metro. I didn't even go to my hotel. I just went to the mall, to that big mall thing. And yeah, it was crazy. But I'm kind of glad I wasn't in it now, because I probably would have been one of those J6 detainees. But you know, it was still like surreal to be like kind of involved in it. Period. You know, just being down there.
Well, I mean, there's totally no footage whatsoever of people being let in. No, at all, nothing.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
And
the
it's
things I seen must have been my imagination.
Yeah.
And the thing about Seattle,
lot of things, too.
shit didn't happen in Seattle until some people decided to show up at the freaking mayor's door, and then, oh my God, we got to do something.
Also, the governor's mansion was also damaged in Washington State.
But you know, and it's not just because he's here, because I say it all the time. But you know, I owe like John so much, because he really, you know, just him giving me the opportunity to start into journalism, and then being able to kind of, you know, not only do the print stuff, but to be able to kind of shift the focus of my channel the way I did, and kind of turn it sort of into like politics and guerrilla journalism. I'm glad that I did, but I don't think I would have gone down that path had it not been for the initial opportunity to start doing, you know, what I'm doing and contributing at Bounding, which you know, with everything that's been going on with my mom and I the past like month and a half, I haven't done a whole lot of writing. I need to get back to it, because I really want to get back to it, because there's a lot going
Halo
on.
show, man.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with that. Oh, and I got mad thoughts on that, John, by the way.
Yeah, Ryan's working on an article about that he's going to show his face just like
yeah,
Mando and Boba Fett.
And you know where they ripped
stupid that idea, and Snake Eyes, dumb that idea is.
But then they came out and said it's not lore or canon.
Yeah, they ripped that entirely off of Mandalorian. You know, and it's just again, it just goes to show how shallow Hollywood is. They can't, you know, put together an original thought to say they're behind. But the thing is on top of that, you know, you got them just absolutely going off 180 degrees off of the lore. You know, and this is another major science fiction franchise, because Halo, to a lot of people, especially gamers that have played through the entire series, it's as big as Star Wars to you know, that section of Halo fans that have stuck with the games, read the novels. You know, I mean, I was a big Halo fan enough to buy the entire Halopedia. So I know, you know, what's what with the lore. I have a number of the novels. You know, I have the Master Chief Collection, and I played, you know, even the Halo Wars games, and it just it just bothers me when, you know, they sit there in franchise after franchise. It's like they can't help themselves. They go and burn them down like locusts.
So here's a question about the whole. They're talking about the helmet coming off for Master Chief, and you know they're comparing it to Mandalorian. And to give the slightest bit of credit to the Disney creators on Mandalorian, when Mando took the helmet off, there was always a reason for it. For the two times that I can remember, it was you know, the first time he was about to die at the end, and the robot had to take his head off. End of season 1, had to take his helmet off to hit him with, I don't know, some sort of back to vape or something. And he allowed it to happen because if he wasn't there, he knew that the Baby Yoda would have died. And sort of similar situation in the second season, if he didn't take his helmet off, he would have died, and other people would have died as a consequence. So he kind of put his own values below the life of other people there. Do you think they'll even do that with this Halo thing going on, or
hold on,
it's just going to be bait?
I want to address that second part. That second part was not necessary because what happens after he takes the helmet off anyways? You just have a big shootout and they blow up everything anyway. So he didn't even need to take the helmet off.
Yeah.
My
first
bigger
one,
thought on
I'll give
that
it to
is,
you, but no one else saw it.
Did they only write it that way because the shallowness of the actors that are playing these parts wanting their faces to be seen? Because Pascal was ready to quit because he wasn't getting enough recognition. I mean, it's basically a voice acting part, right? I mean, yeah, he does some mannerisms, but he was furious that he's not getting his face seen. So would those scenes have even been in if he wasn't throwing a fit about that? And would Master Chief also?
Man, and the voice acting thing you just brought up, that's a good point, because that's almost like a slap in the face to all of these amazing voice actors out there who you never see their face in any of the cartoons, anime, or whatever they're doing, but they put in full effort and they do the best job they can and they don't bitch about it.
Yeah, they should have hired Carl Urban.
Yeah. I mean, that
he was fine in Dread.
Yeah, that would.
And as long as they keep getting the money and the big checks, they're going to keep acting that way.
Mm-hmm.
The only way we can stop it is to stop paying money.
Your
to
tax
those
dollars at
people.
work.
That's right. Start spending it somewhere else.
Oh, and Tony, yeah, you were right about that. One thing that is funny about DC, when you go down there, they 100% have signal jamming. There was active jamming going on. Promise you.
Oh, it's right next to the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Is that why the pipe bombs didn't go off?
It might be. 343, yeah, 343 taking over Halo. They really kind of the quality cut down. They really it started to go progressive, big time.
Cavatino Che, man, he's got the comment right there.
What's that?
We never get to see James Earl Jones in Star Wars.
Yeah, that's true.
No.
That's true.
Well, he really was just voice acting with that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he wasn't a physical actor. But everyone knows James Earl Jones is the voice of Darth Vader. Like, you see Darth Vader, you immediately think of James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pedro
not
Pascal
many
doesn't have that charisma.
Most people don't know the actors that were in the suit. They know James Earl Jones though. They know him.
Well, David Prowse. People know David Prowse.
Yeah, I would argue that most people don't know who David Prowse is.
Yeah, that's true.
Us nerds do.
Yeah, real fans do. Man, I don't know. It just, all this stuff just seems like it's getting worse. That even on the horror side, the new Leatherface movie was so stupid. And I've heard so many things about it that they ripped a lot of stuff out of Halloween 2018, trying to do stuff like kind of like some of the beats out of that movie, and it's like, I mean, oh god, it's just, I don't know. There's just no way that these people really understand what makes these franchises great, why fans enjoy it. It's like they take it in a completely different direction.
It's because they don't care. It's
creativity.
I got a question for everybody. Have you noticed since post stupidness going on, beings, the pink elephant, pandemic, whatever the frick you want to call it, have you noticed that there's a certain lack of quality in filming lately with TV shows and movies?
I mean, just look at the
CW effect.
Yeah,
yeah.
The new Amazon Superfans trailer literally has a guy taking a leak in their promo video. So yeah, I'm sorry, just as an example.
A lack of really.
That's just a promo video. That's not even
quality.
the actual product. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to get any better. I mean,
No. Yep.
I know I get casting notices and they say you cannot apply for this, whatever it is. without a COVID vaccination card. So when you make it so small, and then I see rush calls all the time that we need more people, we need new faces, we need this and we need that, but people aren't going because they're not going to get a vaccination.
Or you can't
So
apply.
the only things you can
can't
see,
apply if you're white.
Well, the casting side, but
and the thing
you're
is,
talking
too,
about
is-
the production side, right?
well, that's on all sides. I get stuff for, assistant this and that and whatever, catering, whatever they need to fill different areas. And if it's an independent movie, they just say you need a COVID test 24 hours before. Or if it's filming in Texas, you don't have to have a card. But if it's in Louisiana and certain other states, depending on what company is doing the film and the production, you have to have a COVID card to prove that you've had your vaccinations. You're up to date in your vaccinations to prevent the spread of COVID, is what it says on the fine print. And they're dying. I mean, they're really having a hard time filling in all the positions because they don't have people for security or anything. Because you got to have so many security people, depending on how many people are on each set. And you might have 3 sets going on in one day. And, it's just hard to fill that in. And you got to have crafty for each one and blah, blah, blah. Lighting, sound, all that. And they're just hurting themselves because they're wearing everybody down. Just like that train that killed that one stunt person a couple years ago. Because people are worn out, they're tired, they're exhausted, they don't get to sleep enough, and they're working 24-hour shifts and whatever else because they want the money and they want the job. But now they're doing it. If you don't have the shot, we don't want you. So it's pitiful. It's going to get worse. So because you got to remember, it takes like sometimes 2 to 3 years before the film or TV show or pilot or whatever comes out, and it's just not going to be good for a while. So you guys might as well buckle up and be ready for the rodeo ride.
Yeah, I was gonna say all the masters that are pulling the strings shot themselves in the foot twice.
Yeah, Janet regularly works in the industry because she's been an extra in a lot of stuff, and she's done stuff behind and in front of the camera. So she's experienced in the industry, and it's just it's crazy because it's like we had that thing where John put out that list of all the redheads they canceled. I mean, he didn't even.
Probably need to update that. There's probably a lot more now.
I was gonna say that's a running meme at this point.
Yeah, it is. That is a running meme.
There's probably some I missed too. I think we're at like 25 or something like that.
I was also going to say that's a really weird catch-22 to have a jab that prevents the coof because currently we don't have one.
Yeah, hail Indie Geek. We're kicking back. I'm doing my show, but I'm also celebrating my birthday, so that's kind of a mixed bag of talk.
Speaking of happy birthday, Drew, I think we should share the screen. I think there's something Janet wants to say.
Okay, let's see.
Hopefully, I didn't boomer the audio with this, but.
Hey, birthday boy. I heard that you were looking to get something blown besides your candles on this special day. Well, that's why I'm here. To blow your mind. Happy birthday!
Nice.
Oh.
Well, that'll be unforgettable now. Now 5 shades of red.
They say you're not supposed to be attracted to cartoon women, but if they're mostly real, is that okay?
Yes. The Jessica Rabbit.
Well,
that
I
was
did
awesome.
something for you, Drew. So I hope you liked it.
Thank you.
At least it wasn't a super chats gaff.
Oh, that's coming.
Super
Though, 'cause
hats.
Drew, you are closing in on 1,000.
I still have the meme.
Yeah, you still have that meme. Yes.
Yeah.
I said,
I made this one special.
I like super hats. Steven
Thank you, Zach.
Saucedo, Old School Government Gaming. What's up, brother?
So on the topic of like filmmaking and just movies in general kind of going downhill, I think it's been going on a bit longer than that. It's just it hasn't gotten to the rock bottom until recently, because really, if you think back on like the great films, we had multiple eras where we had peak filmmaking going on. And I really think like the 80s was the absolute peak of when we were getting just hard hitting films all the time. We were getting good dramas, good actions left and right. And then in the 90s, we started getting more of the Oscar bait films, particularly from like Steven Spielberg and studios that he was part of. And then really from there, even the late 2000s, good movies were still coming out in the double aughts and the teens, but just they've been going downhill slowly but surely until now. Here we are, 2022, and it's hit rock bottom. Once in a while, you get a good movie. I think the only good movies I've seen that have come out in the past couple of years are like Mr. Jones about the Holodomor in Ukraine in the 30s, and Nobody.
G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra was good. No, just
well, Dune was good, but it used mostly practical physical effects, right? I mean, minimal CGI. I think CGI is what's killing it.
I still didn't
see
the
trashy.
new Dune. I still didn't see the new Dune yet. So.
I think it's a more basic principle. I think people are just afraid to take chances. We don't have an environment that fosters taking chances, and that's what caused a lot of the great films of the era to be great. Is people took chances. They had limited budgets. They're like, we got to do this cleverly.
Chances in ad-libbing.
The movie.
Oh my God, Tox! Thank you.
Drug addicts. I can't remember. It was Matthew McConaughey was in it and it won an Academy Award. Trying to remember the name of it.
Buyers Club, Dallas
Buyers
Club.
The Dallas Buyers Club. Okay, well, that person that wrote that script was almost 20 years before he could get anybody to even look at it and take it serious, because he was a nobody. He wasn't an inside person at the time. And so if you can't get your scripts read by the right people, then they don't get made. So that even happens with like they don't want new people, because if the new person doesn't want to do it, then it doesn't get done.
Script Doctor makes like kind of the opposite argument. He actually says that Marvel brings in all these people that no one's really heard of, or they aren't really big names, because then they can just be ground down by the corporate machine.
Those scripts aren't ones they wrote. Those are scripts they're told to write. So what I'm saying is there's Script Revolution and a bunch of other independent script writing places where people that write their own scripts can put them out for people to read them. And lots of people, mostly independent people, go there and get scripts, look at scripts and film them for shorts or whatever for industry. But when you get on there and they like your script, but they say, well, you change the lead character to be transsexual and we want this person to do this and one person that. And they're like, well, then you need to find a different story, because my story won't be the same story if I change all the characters. So, but most of the people, like the Santa Claus, the guy that wrote the Santa Claus, the original guy, they approached him and they said that they wanted to buy a script. So he needed the money, so he sold it for barely anything, and they made 3 movies out of it and made multi-millions of dollars that guy got nothing for, and his name wasn't on the credits. One thing, when you write a screenplay, your name is as big as the director's in the opening of the scene. That's one of the things that people want. But when you're nobody, they don't care.
Well, Mackenzie Ray, and shout out to Mackenzie Ray. Hi, sweetheart. She said that is in all industries. If you are a peanut, you aren't going to be seen without insider help.
And I think to kind of combine like Janet's point there and Zach's point from before, they don't want people to take chances. And when they do come across a script that is trying to take chances or something like that, they're worried that it's not going to fit the formula that they know is going to make money.
I would say, I mean, look at all the industries. You look at the movie industry, look at the music industry. There are no creatives anymore. They are copying everything because... Well, we see it obviously in the movie industry, but I don't know how many times my 18 and 13-year-old daughters are listening to a song and they think it's the greatest thing. And it's just a sampled song from the 70s or 80s. Nobody writes anything new, even in music.
Dude, some of the things that we've written about previous, whether it's me writing it, whether it's John writing it, whether it's Spencer writing it, whether it's one of our other writers writing it, we see it time and again, the repetitiveness in rehashed stories that, in some cases, there's movies and shows that come out where they're being played off as some new concept, and it's not new at all. It's just a rip off of something else. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
So I think with music, it's a lot easier for people to be creative and be successful because there's a much lower door that you have to break through to be able to get even smaller marginal popularity with music. You see a lot of people like the lo-fi scene has been blowing up for years now all across YouTube. So it's a lot easier for that. But filmmaking, I mean, even a very small, low budget film, you're looking at least $100,000.
Yeah. I'm talking about pop music in general, though, as far as what I was saying. I mean, not the outer genres, but I mean, pop music is just sample.
I mean, pop music has sucked since the 80s. Like after the 80s, it's hasn't been good.
At least they wrote then.
Yeah,
Somebody
that's why
did.
shows like The Voice and stuff like that are getting to be more and more popular because you're getting to hear original young people, and they're not picked because of who they are or what they look like. They're picked by their voice. And that's why one of the reasons I really like that show. I think it's a really good way to get new independent people that are new and interesting.
I would agree, except that I think what'll happen as soon as they get signed is they'll have the 13 writers that have been writing every song for the past 10, 15 years, writing the song for them to make the. So I went to high school with I can identify him as the lead singer of One Republic. So he is one of the most prolific writers in all of music. He also has his own band, One Republic. But, I mean, it's formulaic. Everything he writes for other people is formulaic. Everything he writes for himself is. I mean, it's just a formula over and over and over. I like the guy, but, I mean, it's just kind of a mess when nothing is new.
As far as I do think there's also, you're talking about formulaic. I think a lot of it is not just because it's formulaic. It's because these people are lazy. I just want to point the final episode of the Book of Boba Fett. The battle scenes were just absolutely terrible. They have this sand speeder like roll up, and it just sits there after they drop off their like troops, so it can just get hit by the enemy fire. It doesn't like try and advance. So it was just lazy. It's like they didn't have anyone questioning like, well, why are we just gonna have it sit here so it can get shot? And I don't know, it looked terrible. And then you also have the scene where they're just getting shot in the middle of the street before the speeder rolls up, and they're just standing there, like just getting I mean, they're not taking any damage, they're just getting shot at. And it's just like, did you think this was like entertaining or good?
Yeah, years and years ago, when people would write a script or a novel or whatever, or a script that was based off a novel, they actually read the novel. Okay.
Yeah.
Now today, they're not even reading. They just go here, there, and the other, and take a character. We'll do this with them. We'll do that, and they don't really give a crap whether they're following the lore. They just want to make a character and make it do this, and they're using the name because the book's famous.
Did you see the report?
Did
you see the report about Peacemaker? The director actually told John Cena, "Do not read any of the comics. I do not want you coming in with anything from the comics."
Yeah, because he wanted to create a whole different character and slap a Peacemaker.
I know, but that's what I don't understand. Make up your own story, or bring some writers in, write a story about whatever it is you want, and stop taking stuff because it's got a name on it already and ruining it. I mean, it's just dumb. I don't understand. It doesn't make any financial sense whatsoever.
It's nostalgia bait. They're hoping that they're going to have the built-in fan base come in and just, shut up and take my money because it has the right name on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they have the DC Comics label on it instead of whatever he wanted to really do.
I have a prediction about John Cena. We're going to get a video of him in the near future saying that he made a mistake. He did read a Peacemaker comic, and he's going to apologize in Chinese.
So I think John touched on a very good point earlier, that we've come into a culture where people no longer ask questions. And I think if you go back to the homeschooling thing and what you need to teach your kids, I think the most important thing to teach anyone, young or old, is to ask more questions. Because as soon as you start asking questions, anything like the narrative and the message just falls apart. And when you see that, when you ask the question and you don't get a solid answer, your brain picks up on what's wrong, and you don't, it doesn't penetrate. The message doesn't work on you.
Yeah, I tell my kids it's important to ask questions. I told them I don't care if that teacher's annoyed, ask questions.
Right?
Then I told them you can politely remind them that they are the teacher. They're there to answer their questions.
I mean, and these teachers are like, I don't know about all of them, but I mean, you see these examples of just how not intelligent some of them are. I saw one that was like, it was like there was like a test or something, and it was asking if Jake has 5/6 of a pizza and George has 4/6. How is George's slice bigger? And the kid was like, because George's pizza was bigger. And the teacher was like, "This is wrong." I was like, "What?" I mean,
learn
so
how to word your questions better.
Yeah, so you just have stuff like that. It's just
the kids are smarter than the teachers.
Yeah,
it's crazy, but
Kids are naturally inquisitive.
Yeah, it's and that's, and it kind of goes back to saying, and that's why I'm glad like Virginia kind of took a big stand for the school stuff, because and I know that's super important, John, because God, the time's gonna fly by and your kid's gonna be ready for school.
yeah. I mean, we've already made. I mean, my wife and I've already made the decision. We're not putting her in public school, so we're not putting any of our kids in public school. So
yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, because right now, I mean, what are you sending them into? It's
yeah, I mean, because once they're going in there, they're getting propagandized to, and then you got to come home and be like, what exactly did this person teach you? And you got to like try it. You're like reteaching them all over again, and you're not even spending. You don't. The teachers are obviously spending almost more time with them than you are in the school, so they already have a time advantage too.
And that's where
you're fighting an uphill battle there, especially when you don't have like. I mean, a lot of these people, these teachers are. They're not the teachers from even from when I was a kid.
Yeah. Well, it's like, look at what TZ Canadian said. My niece is a teacher in college, she's doing Marxist, and it's bad in the colleges because you've got professors that are literally brag about being radicals that are tenured, and they are tenured. Okay, so this is a thing where these professors are tenured, and
It's in the curriculum, Drew. It's in the curriculum. I mean, I went to my local community college for about a year because I wanted to get into the field of chemical dependency counseling, so I could help and get a job at like a VA facility or something like that, and help my fellow veterans get back on their feet and make something of themselves again. And pretty much every class except for the math class that I took, there was something in the curriculum that was like white, freaking white privilege, and all minorities are oppressed, and if something happened and a white person shoplifted, they're just trying to survive in a catastrophe, but if a black person or a minority does it, it's called looting, and just all this crap, and it's, I don't know, like I said, it's in the curriculum, it's what's being taught, and if you write a freaking essay, that's contrary to anything but oh, this is so tragic, and we need to help these people out and quit oppressing them and this, that, and the other thing, you're just not going to get a good grade, So it's, in order to get a good grade, you kind of got to freaking go along to get along and become part of the machine. And it's, the education system is fucked.
John, go ahead, Drew.
No, I was just gonna say, shout out to Moira. How you doing, Moira Kitty? And thank you for the birthday wishes. I know Tox popped in here, and I wanted to just tell him, Tox, thank you so much for that. And dude, I appreciate your friendship, your support, and everything that you've been doing since you and I met. You've always been awesome, and thank you, brother. And and I want to say the same thing to Moira. Moira and I, kind of came up together in a way, and in this YouTube thing, and Moira's always been there, and thank you, big thank you to her as well. And so, but yeah. I don't know, Tox. If you want to throw in your 2 cents, you're always in.
We're just all living under the shadow of your massive kaiju, Wang. That's it. So,
but
happy birthday! And I've tried to help those less fortunate. Being a Cleveland Browns fan, I know that you have an uphill battle and stuff from there. So I'm here to support you as you try to get to the playoffs. But as a Dallas Cowboys fan, I feel your pain from that standpoint. I know what that means to have once been good and sucked for 30 years. So happy birthday, my friend.
You're kind of feeling that right now as a Blackhawks fan too, right?
Oh God. Don't even just break up the team.
Hey, I once held my uncle's Blackhawks hat hostage once.
Nice.
For 3 years, 4 years. He's like, I need that back, thank you. I'm like, damn.
No. My brother-in-law used to sell tickets and stuff, and they got all kinds of stuff because in those kind of setups, everybody has a credit card. They're all buying the tickets from there. They're all season ticket holders, things from that. And the stuff that he would get, he says, "Oh, it's this Blackhawks thing signed by Duncan Keith. We don't want it. Do you guys want it?" Yeah, I'll take that. So we've got a bunch of stuff from them, and we've gone to a lot of games. We went to the Winter Classic at Notre Dame, played Boston, and that was a great experience. We were up in the enclosed seats, and they had a couple of former Heisman Trophy winners for Notre Dame that were up there too. So Jerome Bettis and a couple of those we got to see from there. So
those Winter Classic games are a lot of fun. I've been to 2 for the Caps room. It's a lot of fun.
I love those games and stuff from there. I like hockey. So
got to go to the one where Troy Brouwer scored with seconds to go, beat the Blackhawks.
Yeah, you got to go with that one. That was always fun.
My family's had a rough season this year because I wear the Avalanche jersey for every game, but I only wash it after any given streak. So the Avs, it's now been 50 games and they've only lost 10 times. So the jersey's only been washed 10 times since October. So
nice.
Hey, at least you guys still have a team. I'm a Redskins fan. I don't even have anything anymore.
Yeah, they call us the Commanders now or something like that. Right?
Really? That's stupid.
You have the Washington Communists.
Oh yeah.
Fine. Don't.
Oh man.
Say the Washington Comrades.
Yeah.
Right.
Why didn't they just stick with something, like native related and just go like the Washington Comanches or something like that? I don't understand,
Well, I mean,
BC
Washington Drunken Savages just didn't ring very well.
Yeah.
Doesn't roll off the tongue.
no, they should have gone with scalpers and just been like, no, we're talking about the guys with tickets out in the parking lot.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey, there's been times like God, God, years ago when I was at an Indians game, and yeah, I still call them the Indians. I refuse to call them the Guardians. Um, I would be at an Indians game, and I'd buy ticket. I'd go down with buddies, and we just buy tickets off of Scalper and go in. And just be sitting, in decent seats. But that was back when, they didn't care. And they didn't have the electronic verifying and all that. You just buy tickets off the Scalper and walk right in.
All right, it's starting to get to my little girl's bedtime, so I'm gonna have to roll out of here.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, John, and thanks for finally making your way on the show. It's been waiting to have you on the show.
Yeah, send me a link anytime. If I can get on, I'll try and get on. But thanks for having me. Happy birthday again. Hope you have a good one.
Yeah,
And,
I appreciate it, brother. I'll if we're doing Black Pill tomorrow, I'll stop on and do Black Pill with you guys.
yeah, we got Gary joining us tomorrow, so it should be fun.
All right, I'll jump on Black Pill with you guys tomorrow.
All right, have a good one.
Nice
All right.
meeting you.
Hi, John.
Nice meeting you.
You guys too.
Capital suck. Bye, John.
Bye.
Bye, John.
Yeah.
Parting shot.
Read Bounding into Comics, of course. John's awesome. Spencer's awesome. Of course, it's a place that I still contribute. I'm planning on writing more again soon. So, be on the lookout for that because I've got plenty of thoughts on the Halo show, and also there is a rant column that I want to pitch to John and Spencer that I want to write so badly about gaming and the stupid monetization modes they put, especially in sports games now. I hate those. So I want to write a column about that and go off. So I'm hoping that Spencer or John will let me go ham on that because I really have an axe to grind with that.
Especially with like the sports games, because I mean, people have gone through the source code of them, and they just keep putting out the same game year after year. They're just re-upping the monetization.
It's not just that, dude. Like it's stuff like
Bye, Zach.
Are you leaving, Zach?
Bye, Zach. I gotta take off.
All right, take care of yourself,
Drew,
man.
Congrats on cracking 900 subs. You're gonna be at 1,000 sooner than you think. Have a good night, guys.
I hope
Thank
so.
you.
Take care, man. Yeah, Godzillionaire. I'm thinking. Seriously, I'm thinking about that, man. I really dislike the stuff like the stuff in Madden with the Ultimate Team. They have it in 2K and the basketball with the My Team, and it's getting to be a thing. It's getting really out of hand too because I don't know. I feel like it just teaches bad habits. There's a lot of just never-ending, just bleeding people for money, and it's like it's these games where they give you the virtual sports cards, and they get people hooked on that, and that's the thing. It's basically like a gambling mode almost, and I hate it.
In some countries, it's actually considered gambling.
It is. There was a big case about that. Matter of fact, like 2 senators actually were writing legislation against that, and I know that a couple of foreign governments actually went and they outlawed it. Period. So, like the stuff in FIFA with the FIFA Ultimate Team, that was outlawed in a couple of countries. So, it is this is bad shit. But yeah, I wanted to actually go off on that. So, and if Spencer's giving me the blessing, oh God, I can't wait to write that then.
I think the real thing's going to come when people need to stop buying the games. It's unfortunate that their numbers still do really well.
Well, the thing is, dude, it's just like with any genre of gaming, like sports gaming is big for people, same as first person shooters are huge for people. Same as a lot of different genres, because people just enjoy the genre. And for sports fans, I mean, sure, we love playing our favorite teams. We love playing season modes, franchise modes, things like that, where you get to run your team for like 10 years. I mean, it's awesome. But, the thing is they cut down on stuff like that, and there's more of these monetization modes. And that is what absolutely sucks about where the gaming industry is going. But a lot of it is this flash monetization, because it's the same thing with like regular games where they put out like a constant stream of DLC. You can't buy the game and have the actual game. You got to wait for DLC modules to be released just to have the entire campaign to something.
Or just waiting for them to finish making the game itself, because they've all gone to like a gaming as a service style method of making
It's
games.
the multiplayer that's screwing things, though. I mean, you have the sports games. You could have NHL 2020, and it could be a great game. But NHL 2021 and then NHL 2022 come along, and nobody's in the servers for NHL 2020. So you're not able to match up with anybody to play. Same with the first person shooters. Call of Duty, 5 years ago, that may have been everybody's favorite game. Everybody was playing it online. But when the new ones release, suddenly the servers are barren because people will go buy the new ones. So it's the multiplayer that's killing you.
The turnaround time, if you're a fan of multiplayer, is only about 10 months, and then you're already in the cycle for the new one. Chris Fisk says, as a former game designer, I can say with some experience there are no more game designers in AAA development. Position was replaced with economists and copy 20-plus-year-old designs. I have to agree with that, dude. From everything I've been reading and seeing and experiencing in different games that I've bought, it seems like there's very few out-of-the-box concepts that are different. They're all rehashed in some form or fashion, and it kind of mirrors what the entertainment industry is going through. With big Hollywood, with television and movies, same deal with gaming. It's no different. And the same thing with comics. We've seen it in that too.
There's a lot of games on the PlayStation 4 that are being geared for their network only play.
Yeah, and I hate that too.
You don't have their network subscription, and it's like, read everything very carefully. It'll tell you whether there's regular playing or whether there's, because it's highlighted in yellow. And it's got a highlight in yellow, and you don't see no white writing for the regular gameplay. Don't buy it, because you'll have to get a subscription to play that game. Because Black Ops 4 came out and did that, and it wasn't real obvious that it wasn't. And you know what? Talk about a real waste of money.
Godzillionaire says new Madden game will have a press X protest for social justice quick time event. I honestly, dude, I would not be surprised, only because of the fact that I actually have the NBA 2K22, and while it is a fun game, my God, the just incessant bullshit that they talk in that game. Even the announcers, when you're playing, they sit there and in their downtime banter, in their the quote TV announcers, they're sitting there droning on and on about the NBA's initiatives for social justice and blah blah blah, and it's just so eye-rollingly shit. I hate that. And you can't really turn off the commentary. So it's just like, well, you hear that and it's just like, my God, and you think about how woke the sports leagues it's bad. It's bad, and it's all big. If it was a narrative that was actually based on some merit, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But we
Can
all
I ask a
know-
question?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
In the NBA games, because I don't play anything NBA, I don't pay attention to it at all. But in the NBA games, do they let them put the social justice commentary on the back of the jerseys, or do they actually have their names on the back of the jerseys?
No, it's just they're pretty much regular jerseys.
Okay.
But they're in Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just it sucks. It sucks with that stuff. But the thing is, I wouldn't have a problem with it if the whole social justice thing was based on something solid. But we all know that this equity bullshit is exactly what it is. It's equity bullshit. It was never based on a good faith argument whatsoever. It was always based on a grift, which is what the whole social justice movement is. It's making money for people to profit off division. That's exactly what it is. It's just,
You know what that's an equivalent of?
What's that?
Too little butter spread over too much bread.
Amen.
And the only way that people are going to get out of this is like, I've been in tabletop gaming for a long time now, and Wizards of the Coast, they've been super woke for a long time now. The only way to get out of this is people have to stop buying these products and start making new ones to have a parallel market. Because like with tabletop, there's Dungeons and Dragons coming from Wizards of the Coast, and then you have the OSR, the Old School Renaissance, which is its own independently owned, small studios, people putting out small products all the time. And that's completely separate from the rest of the market, and it's growing slowly but steadily. That's what video games people need to start going after these markets in video games. Have indie sports games, indie FPSs.
I want to welcome in my pal Chase Geyser, because this man has been on fire lately. And next week you're going to interview Roger Stone for freaking
March 15th.
Oh, damn.
March 15th.
Wow.
I mean, he is
Ides of March. That's what the name of the episode is.
Yeah,
Nice.
he has been on fire, and I am so incredibly proud of Chase in what he's doing. And brother, you are killing it. You're an inspiration.
Drew, did you guys already sing Happy Birthday to Drew?
Yeah, they did.
Okay,
That was scary.
All right. I bet it was creepy. All right, am I
Well,
gonna
we're
do it
doing
again?
shots.
Yeah, it's time for
Nice.
another toast.
It's good to see you guys again.
Drew, you
Some of
just,
you guys,
you
it's the
just
first
committed
time.
a crime. You didn't pull a cork out of a bottle.
No, it is no quart. It's a bottle of Jack, bro.
Man, I haven't drank that shit since I was 17.
Did my uncork come through the audio?
Yeah, I heard you're uncorked. so I'm just counting it for both of us. But
Early, but what the hell?
But no, Chase, we were just talking about gaming, and I was talking about playing NBA 2K and that social justice bullshit they got in it, and it's like, so.
What's the social justice stuff in it?
Well, you know how they have the announcers during the game, like when you're playing, like it's on TV. And the commentators during the downtime, they're talking about the NBA social justice initiatives and how they do all this stuff, advocacy for, voting rights and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, seriously, really? Because it's based on a whole bad faith argument. It's all, we know, because we know a lot of the purveyors of social justice, be it Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, those people, they've been pulling that same grip since the 80s. It's no different. This is all just based on absolute nonsense. And when you break it down, if we tie it back to the World Economic Forum stuff and the globalist stuff, well, this is just another, pathway for them to blow out Marxist ideology onto people.
Yep, they are going to corrupt generations through NBA video games. Honestly, I don't know
through sports gaming period, dude.
Through sports period, man. I don't know what the Super Bowl numbers were. Did we ever get ratings back? Did anybody watch it?
Super Bowl?
Yeah,
it was decent.
Because I know the Olympics were down like they were at 40% viewership over the last time.
They said the Super Bowl did decent, but I still think it was down. Wasn't it down?
I'm pretty sure it was down. I was at a
Yeah.
Super Bowl party at my parents' house, but didn't care about the game. What I did point out to everybody who they're all normies, you know, I was pointing out, notice during all these commercials that everybody who is just a normal person in a commercial is going to be average to ugly. The only time you will see anybody that is good looking is going to be a TV show preview or a movie preview. The rest of the time, it's average to ugly looking people. And anytime you see a white woman, she's going to be annoying as hell. So I said that at the beginning, and throughout the whole thing, everybody just sat there and looked at me and was like, how did you know? It was like, this is what they think of you.
Yeah.
Average to ugly women needed for commercial.
Yeah.
It's like, how did they do casting for Precious? Like fattest ever black teenager you can imagine. How do you write that?
It's like
They don't use those words. They use diverse.
Okay.
It's like casting call. We need 4s and 5s, please.
Hefty is a plus.
So what you're saying is I should not make a commercial. Okay, got it.
Well, they want the commercials to be dull and the trailers for the new shows for the actresses and stuff to be appealing, so you might want to watch it.
Hey, Drew.
Yes, sir.
Here's to knowing better and doing it anyway because it's fun. So
I'm a fan.
Roast.
Like
Drink to
I
that.
said, yeah. Old enough to know better, still too young to care.
Cheers.
Buddy, I have got to go. I took some time off here. Got an emergency at work that I'm dealing with. Wanted to come on and say happy birthday to you, my brother.
Hey, Tox, thank you so much, buddy. I love you, my brother, and I will catch you probably Thursday on Comics stream.
Yep. Have a good night, brother.
And thank you so much.
Bear, good to meet you. Janet,
Thank
Brahma,
you.
we'll see you. All right.
Have a
Hey,
good night.
Breezy Peach.
Take care, Tox.
Yeah, have a good
All right, have a good night.
Meeting you.
Oh man, so Chase, how? What else have you been up to, man?
Just working like a dog, man. Living the dream. I finally got into Truth Social today.
Nice. What's
Yeah,
how's
it's
that?
like-
How's that?
It's like Getter, but not as good.
I kind of figured it was like that. I'm like, I see all these friggin' screenshots of these people waiting to get on Truth Social, and I'm like, okay, is this really going to be that good of a platform?
I think maybe when Trump tweets, when he starts using it, I think it might be more appealing because I do miss that, and I'll log in just for that.
Yeah.
Give us something to talk about.
I don't know. I kind of like. I'm kind of used to Getter now, though. I kind of, I don't know. I mean, Getter's all right with me, to be honest.
Yeah, I like it.
It's still an echo chamber.
Oh, totally.
Not that I don't not like echo chambers.
Oh.
I like like-minded people.
And
but,
I got a good subject about that here in a second. But hail to Vinny. What's going on, brother? Good to see
Hey
you.
man, happy birthday, Drew.
Hey, thanks, man. You missed Tommy. He was in here for a while, and then he had to bounce because he went and
He had to take care of some Guinea stuff.
yeah. Well, no, he had a problem with his foot got swollen
Oh
up.
yeah. I know it's still pretty bad.
Vanessa, thank you for being in here, honey, and hanging out. Much love, dear. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Yeah, dude. It's great to see you, and we got Chase back on, man. He popped in and
Dude, hell yeah.
so he's here kicking it. He's gonna be interviewing Roger Stone on the 15th, man.
Oh wow, dude, that's awesome.
I'm excited about that. I just looked out and sent in an email, and they responded.
That's fantastic, man. Well, that's
Thanks.
it. You know, it's reach out to people, see what we could do. Because it's important to get these conversations going still. You know, my channel got hit recently.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Disinformation bullshit, but yeah, it was the
Well,
warning
they're gonna hammer it harder, Vinny.
They
YouTube's
hit you with
already
a
making you a
label
terrorist
or,
now.
Did they hit you with a label or a strike?
warning. So I guess a strike.
Mm-hmm. It's like a
Well-
soft strike.
well,
if you
they've
do it
already-
again, it'll become a strike.
They've already said they're changing the algorithm to be proactive to battle quote misinformation.
What was it
Minority
before?
Report.
Yeah, it's the Minority Report algorithm is what it is. It's gonna be crazy, but that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to quell these conversations before we have them.
Well, the head of YouTube said that she's using algorithm bots.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, absolutely. I wonder if half these bots that pop in these chats aren't something to do with the algorithm, but they're masquerading as chat bots.
Right.
I mean, I'm seeing them a lot more lately. They're
Yeah,
popping up
exactly.
in everything.
Yeah. It's that and Hillary with her servers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I was making a point about how we were talking about things being an echo chamber. It's funny because I saw that shit on Twitter about Tulsi's gonna speak at CPAC. And and while normally I would think that is, actually decent, I kind of roll my eyes at CPAC to begin with in stuff like the TPUSA stuff. Only because, there's supposed to be like networking events and events for conservatives to come together and talk, or just liberty-minded people to come together and talk, but they have such a friggin' barrier price point of entry, number one, and number two, the people that they get there a lot of times, and listen, there's a lot of people that I know that have spoken at either TPUSA or CPAC that on the conservative side that that I follow or I've talked to, like John Trent was on here with us before. Like we know Jack. I'm cool with Jack, but the thing is I have a problem with kind of the elitist attitude around the way that they present these conventions. And that's why I said the other day, I put a tweet out. I was like, I would rather have a convention where I had somebody there like Chase, like me, like Wes, like Nikki Klein, like people like that have, open-minded, like liberty-minded points and aren't beholden necessarily to down every party line possible. They're just free thinkers. That's what I respect all the time. That's what a lot of the reason why I have such a good friendship with Chase, because he's a free thinker. He's like me.
Well, those aren't going to fall under the uniparty lines is the problem. It's like you were saying before, the Republicans are just there to, occasionally pump the brakes on the Democrats, but they don't really do anything. So if you have actual free thinkers, that's not going to follow along with what the one party rule actually wants.
Yeah. And there's a lot of, listen, I mean, I'm a registered Republican. I'm sure I will vote Republican most of the time if, I know that person has stances that I agree with, that I can get behind. But if they're just like in the big club, if I know that they're like team globalist, if there's somebody like a Crenshaw, it's like, yeah, come on. And as much as like I've even retweeted some of Tulsi's shit before because she'd made sense about certain things. If I see somebody make sense about something, then I'll retweet it. I don't care if I agree with them or disagree with them. If I agree on that particular point, I'll retweet it. But the thing is, like with Tulsi, it's like, well, look, lady, you're part of the young globalist leaders. Are you going to say anything about this? Are you going to even address this? The fact that you're tied up with the WEF. You can make all the good points in the world, but if you're tied up with these people, it looks like all you're doing is running controlled opposition.
Well, here's what I would say to something like her being at being there. I mean, the Democrats always make a show of any time a Republican splits off. It's time we start fighting fire with fire. She has essentially split off from the Democrats. I mean, she's not going along with their party line in many cases. So it's nice that we're actually going to platform her a little bit, just so that some Democrats might actually see that and be like, okay, so we don't actually have to walk in lockstep with everything that the Democratic Party states. I mean, it's not going to do anything necessarily, but the right has to start fighting fire with fire.
No, I get that. I get that totally. But see, here's the thing. It's just like, to go back on the convention thing though. I would rather see, like just a liberty convention and just have people there. I don't care what party they are, but if you're a liberty-minded person, then I want to see good speakers there that have good ideas to bring to the table. I don't care if they have necessarily a D or R next to their name. I want to hear what they have to say if they have good ideas. That's why I respect Chase, because you can't really put him in a box. You can't really stick me in a box, although I identify with a lot of conservative stuff. I'm not necessarily that, because there's certain things that I, am different on.
Drew, can I stream this on my Getter, since you can't stream on Getter?
I don't care.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Go for
I just wanted to ask your permission before being presumptuous.
But I mean, what do you think about that, Chase? 'Cause I want to speak for you. But
no, I agree with you. My whole thinking is that when I agree with something somebody says, I agree with it. When I disagree with them, I disagree with it. I don't care who they are. It's the antithesis of identity politics. It's like if Hitler said that 2 + 2 was 4, I wouldn't be like, no, it's not, you racist. It's like, yeah, you're the shittiest person in the world, but like 2 + 2 is actually 4, right? And so, I think that the identity politics aspect of our culture right now is alienating people from the truth, because we're now becoming unable to distinguish who someone is from what they say. And so I don't give a shit whether or not Tulsi's a Democrat or a Republican. She's, as far as I'm concerned, she's Tulsi Gabbard. And sometimes she says globalist shit that I disagree with, and sometimes she says, stuff that I totally agree with. And honestly, I don't see her as like a double agent or some sort of operator. I think that she's legitimately, and I could be totally naive, but I think she's legitimately trying to pull the left back to the middle, because I think she understands that if the left keeps doing what it's doing, it's not going to be healthy for either the party or the country.
Yeah, I'd agree with that statement as well, because she seems like old school Democrat, and that's what they want. People you could actually reason with, you could talk with, because you're right. They are changing the narrative. They're changing how people speak in order to control and to have these fights and keep the fights going. It's like that Schwab keeps saying, it's going to be a much angrier world. He keeps saying the same shit over and over and praising the horrible things that's going on right now in Canada. And Trudeau being responsible for that stuff. So we know what they want to do, and it is important to have open dialogue. Look what happened with what's her face, that actress, Evangeline Lilly.
Oh yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Vinny. And they're trying already to cancel her simply because she made a humanitarian plea.
Yeah.
And a very very sound and well read point when she put that out there, you know, and it just it's boggling to my mind that people find that somehow, you know, patently offensive to them because
It's
you know,
ridiculous. It's
I mean,
ridiculous. She was
I mean,
logical. She was sincere. She made perfect sense.
dude,
Anyone
she
who
was
goes
appealing to humanity.
exactly.
That's exactly the problem, though. Nobody knows. Nobody here, I don't think, knows whether Evangeline Lilly has a D or an R next to her name. The common
Nobody
sense that
cares.
she is spouting is what is important.
Yes.
We need to be listening to common sense,
Exactly.
not letting the mob rule.
I mean,
Well,
she's
way-
more on the liberal side of things, but you know,
I'm
it's not
sure
like
she
she's
is.
she's not a complete, you know, nut job who's trying to take away inalienable rights. And I think that's kind of what we've lost in modern day politics is we all used to work on the byline that inalienable rights were most important, and we work from there with different perspectives from different side of things, whether you're
Yes.
for larger corporations or smaller working class people, whether
Right.
you're for this policy or that. We always worked under the byline of inalienable rights must be sacrosanct within our government, and that's completely gone for pretty much for both parties.
And tell me to shut up if I'm talking too much. But
No,
the,
yeah, I mean,
the other part of that is, you know, people on the right can't sit there and then make an absolute hero out of somebody like Evangeline Lilly either. Because look at what Nicki Minaj did during the election. She came out and said something that was slightly conservative, and then suddenly conservative everywhere went nuts saying, "Oh, Nicki Minaj is the greatest." It's like we can't make heroes out of somebody who just makes one common sense statement.
Right.
We need to, you know, we need to take it where it comes and be like, okay, that's common sense. We'll praise that. Don't make a hero out of people that you don't
Well-
know what the rest of their beliefs are either, because it's not, you know, you're making yourself look like a fool every time that
Well,
you
they-
just sit
they-
there and put people on pedestals because they made one statement.
Well, it goes back to what. Go ahead.
Sorry, Drew. It just goes to show things are so bad and so dark that anyone speaking anything remotely, a little bit of common sense, like you said, people are so unusual these days. They think that's heroic when, you know, it's just using the proper words, being truthful.
Yeah. And I think we could all agree we could say a prayer for Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's testicles.
I don't feel bad for him. He's got huge nuts now. What's wrong with that? I mean, you got to have a wheelbarrow in front of you.
That's the only reason I got the
around all the
vaccine.
time, but
Drew had him naturally. He had to get a shot.
Well, I mean, me personally, like I've voted on both sides in the past, right? And if like for no other reason, I'm like, okay, you know, this guy, you know, had his chance, but now, you know, I'm tired of this guy, so I'll give, you know, the other side a chance or whatever. But the way that the people with the letter D have been going over the past several years, I'm not going to give them the time of day anymore. I'll either vote freaking red or, you know, not at all, but I'll probably vote red because, you know, and it's my personal opinion that, you know, regardless of whether you think it does any good or not, if you don't vote, then don't bitch about things.
Right.
I agree.
Well, I've sat there and kind of looked at it as you know, the thing is it's become so hyperbolic and stupidly partisan, and you know, and it all goes back to the identity side of things. You know, well, they're gonna identity politics, so now we're gonna identity politics, and it solves nothing except to make it more tribalistic. while I think it's great that yeah, you know, maybe Tulsi being at CPAC breaks some ground, but again, you know, I go to the events themselves and stuff like TPUSA and CPAC. They're kind of like when you look at something like TwitchCon for Twitch streamers, or you know, or for YouTubers. It's the same thing. It's more like status and elitism instead of actually having conversations. And that's what I hate about like some of those like you know, sort of specialty cons that come up. You know, if you're going to have an actual like symposium where you have good speakers and a good exchange of ideas and a good chance for like-minded people to network, that's great. But then when you start to get into these sort of, when it gets into like that sort of like, you know, I guess influencer-esque type of attitude, like is like kind of elitist attitude of conventions, you know, when the gatherings turn to that is when it's kind of a turnoff for people.
Yep. Like TPUSA kicking Brandy Love out.
No,
It's
yeah,
like,
it was
what the fuck?
It was absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely stupid. Absolutely stupid. You know, and she exposed the hypocrisy of the whole thing.
Well, it's
You know?
because she was there. She was there under that name instead of her real name, right?
That's
Wasn't
what
the
they
main
said.
thing?
That's what they said the problem was. I think their donors there were parents that were there that got all pissy about it. She doesn't use her real name ever. She wouldn't use her real name when she came on my podcast. I asked her if she wanted me to use her real name or if she wanted me to use her stage name. And, you know, you could say that it's out of promotion, but honestly, I think half of it's out of just a sense needing anonymity to some extent. I mean, you can look up what her real name is, but I think that she likes that cover.
Yeah, you
Well,
know,
you get
They
death
could have just
threats.
changed her name at the event.
I mean,
Given her a different name tag.
People threaten you. It's scary, you know. You worry about if you turn around, if that person that you don't know that's been stalking you online or whatever is standing there and you don't know. So I don't blame anyone when they don't want to use their real name.
That's how Drew and I met.
And
use avatars.
There's another thing about you know, in the States for years and years and years now, we have been taking care of our mental health. The folks that need the care, it's abysmal. It's in the dark ages, and that kind of had something to do with Reagan, because Reagan got rid of all that stuff. We used to help out those that had mental health problems. They used to be able to get treatment. Now it's difficult. There's no funding for it, and the majority of the mental health problem is homeless. We have a high amount of homeless here in Washington State. California is the highest. Washington's the second highest, and that just creates all kinds of problems right there. You know, if we start taking care of our mental health and all that, maybe some of these problems won't be as bad.
Well,
when you have people in charge that want to give out crack pipes instead of worrying about putting people in homes, what do you expect is going to happen?
Well, even worse than that, in the mental health field, they've gotten to the point where even like the manuals they use, like the DSM-5, takes out certain portions that don't fit social justice. You know, their modern virtue signaling. Like they completely remove gender dysphoria because it wasn't good for their political messaging. So they removed that. And now the only answer that they have for people who are legitimately suffering from a type of dysphoria that one of the major comorbidities for is suicidality and suicidal ideation, they go straight to surgery, which the statistics show doesn't fix the problem. There's an underlying mental health issue that they have to fix, and they completely ignore it. And I think, and then on top of that, you have, you know, the big pharma. They don't want people to get fixed with their addiction problems. They want you to stay on the opioids train.
Oh,
God. That's what I was going to say. They don't want people to get well because then they lose money.
Big pharma can't make the big buck.
I know a guy. I know a guy who took some bad LSD or too much LSD, and he became a woman for a year. Now he's a financial advisor. And he made a post at the end of the year, and he's like, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I just snapped out of it, and I'm back.
Man.
Hey, what? That's not uncommon story. It
He was like painting his nails, wearing high heels for a year on Instagram. You know, he changed his name to whatever, and then after a year, he was like, "Holy shit!"
he had a long, strange trip, man.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
Not necessarily the good way, but you know,
it
well,
may
he
be
took
an
a trip to the
unpopular
wild
opinion.
side, and he came back, and now he's fine.
Yeah,
hopefully.
But imagine if he would have got surgery during that year. Poor guy.
Mhm. And there used to be checks, there used to be checks for that, where you would have to, before you could get surgery, you would have to spend a certain amount of time living as that gender. You would have to seek psychological help, and you would have to go through therapy. And a therapist would sit down with you and get to the root cause of why you're feeling this way. And they would make you wait to be absolutely 100% sure, because like the book that came out, it's irreversible damage. There's certain things you can't come back from, but because it doesn't fit the political message that they're trying to go with, so they can get more power, they can get more voters, they can get more people bending the knee to the machine, they just completely ignore all of that to the point where it's just taken out of the manuals completely.
No, and that's why there's like a lot of people that I've heard, like that like Rogan's had on, or different people like that, just like somebody like God Saad, or somebody like James Lindsay, because there's plenty of times James will piss off like conservatives too, but
Yeah, he's an atheist.
But
and he was at the TPUSA event speaking that Brandy Love was kicked out of. I'm like, you guys are kicking out a porn star for not being Christian, and this dude literally wrote a book about why he doesn't believe in God, and he's speaking. It doesn't bother me, but it's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Wow. But
that's stupid.
But yeah, he legit makes good points. So, I'll listen to the guy. I don't care what necessarily his personal relationship with his maker is. If he believes in the maker, I don't care. But if the guy has good thoughts about, I want to hear his ideas about, governance and in society and things like that. Because again, and this is the thing, and saying this as a Catholic, and I guess greater than that, a Christian. Okay, I still am open-minded to what other people have to say, because if you bring a good idea to the table, I'm going to listen to you. I'm not just going to say, well, you don't necessarily believe in God, so I'm going to dismiss you out of hand. If you got a good idea, and you know how to beat the evil bastards that are coming after me, and you're going to be in the foxhole next to me, yeah, I'm going to hear you out. Yes, I still have my shirt on. I'm not that hammered.
Can I ask Drew, just because I haven't been around that long, where did your name come from then? Just curious.
So, like
just say your mom and your dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the other name.
No, my handle I came up with. It's funny because, and it's total. A lot of it has to do with the fusion of music, which at the time, I liked. I was huge into Slipknot, and the Heretic Anthem was like one of my favorite songs. So I picked Heretic, but at the same time, I also picked it because it was the second mission in Halo 2. There's a chapter that says the Heretic.
So it has nothing to do with anti-religion.
No.
Okay.
Because and when you look back at the word heretic, what does it mean? Well, it means, is somebody telling the uncomfortable truth, even though that what they may be perceived, what they're saying may be perceived as heresy. So they're branded a heretic, but, usually it's because they're bringing an uncomfortable truth to the forefront. And I kind of like that sort of aspect of the handle, because in a way, that's what I'm doing by even talking about the things I talk about. Because, the left certainly would, the modern left certainly would brand me as a heretic. People that run YouTube would certainly brand me as a heretic. So it fits.
Heretic is just so often, related to the church. That's why I was curious. I did not know that.
Well, yeah, a lot of people
I'd
take
ask.
it. A lot of people take it that way, but yeah, that's what
Stone
it
the
means.
heretic.
Yes, that's what it means in the broad sense.
Every time I see, go ahead.
So I was gonna say, just don't take LSD, because like you're walking around for a year calling himself Tulsi Gabbard.
Man,
wasn't that what got the first guy from Pink Floyd? Was LSD?
Yeah, Sid Barrett lost his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. I know she's married, but man, Tulsi's a fox. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah.
She's
And she
got
does
that
marketing. That's why she does that.
She's
skunk
got
ass
that
thing.
whole like mega milfy thing going on, man. I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm
remember
there.
when she grabbed Magneto and then her hair turned white? That was awesome.
Yeah.
It's so much hotter than pre-Magneto.
Oh man.
Nice.
Yeah, anything left of communism is heretical to the SJW psycho nut dribble folk. Yep, it really is, Nelson.
I was just genuinely curious where it came from. So
That was a good question. Every
Yeah,
time
it
I
was.
see your handle, I think of the Muse song "Supremacy."
Nice. No, I always, it's a combination of the Heretic anthem from Slipknot and the Heretic from Halo.
Hey, I got an idea for a YouTube series. I want to run by you guys. Have you guys ever seen? I was looking up videos on YouTube of that famous song "The Highwaymen" by the Highwaymen.
Yeah.
It's like classic, like folk song, super group
Chris
thing.
Christopherson. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Willie Nelson. I
Johnny
was looking
Cash,
it up on YouTube. I was searching for that, and I came across this video, and it was like a whole YouTube channel of black dudes hearing like classic rock and folk songs for the first time.
Oh yeah, I watch those.
Like loving it,
Yeah.
Half the time they're like, "This is so much better than anything I grew up with."
Yeah,
It's funny.
yeah. It's hilarious. And so I thought it would
Yeah.
be so funny if we made like a channel where it was white dudes listening to music for the first time, but it was all like white guy music, like American Pie and shit. And it was like one verse in, we just knew all the words.
You do it, Chase. I'm in.
All right. We can do a compilation. Maybe like, we
can
each
go
make an
from the
episode.
60s on, and I'm in.
Oh, man.
Those channels are. I like watching those channels.
Yeah, me too. Brings
Because
people
it's
together.
amazing how many of those guys are just like, holy crap, these guys can actually play music. And it's like actual instruments and lyrics and whatnot.
Yeah, it'll be like
There's a
knocking on
meaning.
heaven's door, and there'll be like 21-year-old kid that's never heard it before, and he'll be like, "Holy shit!"
Well,
yeah.
I the best was those Indian people who they had listened to Metallica for the first time. I don't know if you guys saw that one. That was hilarious.
Which people? Like from India?
Yeah, from India.
Like dots? Yeah.
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 Oh my God, that was the
Instead of
best.
feathers.
Not feather, dot.
Yeah, no. What was amazing was because they showed them live, right? I think they were like in Germany live, like back in the early '90s. And first of all, they just started hearing like the guitar riffs, and they were like, "Oh," a few of them were like scared, like it was too much for them. And then they go, "How are all those people there? How did nobody die?" There were a lot of deaths, right? They kept stopping the video to ask about what was going on because the crowd was so big. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. And then one
It's
guy,
like Back to the Future when he played what was it, Johnny B. Good or whatever for the first time?
yeah,
Chuck Berry.
Did
Yeah.
you know that the guy who turns him down in the beginning when he's playing the Huey Lewis song, the principal or whoever it is in charge is Huey Lewis?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He's done a
Yeah,
lot
no
of
news with
acting,
him.
actually.
I'm looking
Yeah.
that up.
Yeah, you're just too darn loud.
What, you're questioning me, Chase?
No, I just can't remember what he looks like.
Yeah, he did a few things. He did a show with what's her face too, the Golden Girl, Betty White.
That white nationalist. Thank God she's dead.
Was it Hot in Seattle? I don't know, one of those shows. He was like a regular on one of those shows. Yeah, and that what was it? The maid from Frasier, the British chick.
Oh,
the talent show. The guy from the talent show.
Name. Daphne.
Yeah, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, Daphne was the character. I
don't know what her actual name is, but
yeah, I don't remember
was the
either.
character.
But,
I've never met a Daphne.
No, I met one.
I think we should bring back some of those old names, like Gladys.
Gladys.
Apollonia.
Old lady names. We should just have a segment and just go over that.
Yeah.
But
what was like an old name like Carl? Nobody names their kid Carl anymore.
Carl.
I've met a few Carls over the years. A couple of Carls.
Not with a K.
No, not with a K.
That's one too many Ks.
Yeah.
Even Carl Weathers didn't go that far.
You white supremacists.
Adolf. Never mean Adolf anymore. It used to be a strong name.
That name's been ruined. Yeah.
Oh, going back though for a second, those Indian people. There was one dude that I thought for sure would have hated it. He loved it the most. It was an older guy. He's like, do they have more songs? I'd buy an album.
My parents went to a TCU basketball game a few weeks, and I got a angry text from my dad a few hours later. He was like, "Your mother was singing all the lyrics to one of the songs that came on, and it ended up being Enter Sandman." So I had made my mom listen to everything I listened to back when, I controlled the CD player in the car, and she was driving us around. So she knew all the lyrics, and my dad was like, "What the hell did you do?" I was like, "It's Metallica. It's fine. Hilarious. Don't worry. It's basically classic rock at this point. I mean, it's the same as American Pie for you."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten to the point where, like, even parents listen to cool music. Like, generation before us, their parents listen to shit. But our parents even listen. I mean, hell, my mom got knocked out in a mosh pit at a Rob Zombie concert when I was like 3.
That's cool.
That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, she went up behind. There was this big, bald, burly dude who was just knocking people around in the mosh pit. And she thought she was going to be badass and shoot. So she runs up behind him and elbows him right in the back of the head. And he just turns around and, like, one hammer fist right on the top of her head, like Andre the Giant and Princess Bride, just knocks her out. And my dad, who's also a pretty big dude, he's like 6'2", about 220 bodybuilder. He walks up. The guy's just like, "Is there a problem?" He's like, "No, man, she deserved it."
You always stay away from the bald, shirtless guy in the mosh pit. Is always the worst one.
Check this out. I pulled up a list of old-fashioned names, like American names for men. Some of these are pretty cool. I've never met an Archie, Augustus.
Augustus is old. That's an old name.
Augustus is great.
Chester.
Yeah.
That's kind of a cool old name. Conrad, Edgar, Edison.
Chester's too much like Chester the Molester.
Yeah, that's right. It's ruined. It's ruined. Everett. That's kind of a cool name.
Vinny.
I'm gonna have to go back to the Felix.
Garfield. I don't know. I've met quite a few
Garfield.
Vincents throughout the years, but I think you're the only Vinny I've met.
Really?
Yeah. Everyone goes by like Vincent or Vince.
Yeah, I hate that name, Vince. I don't know. I don't know if it's maybe because it's McMahon. I don't know. I just
only one since Pantera.
I'm Vince McMahon. You should go visit New York. You'll meet a lot of Vinnies.
I met a guy named Vanguard.
What?
That's cool.
Yeah,
Were you
and he was a
you and
junior,
Nexium?
so that was kind of weird.
That's a character in one of my comic books. Well, their last name anyway.
We got
I
another
like
bot.
Oh, Daphne. I'm looking at the chat on Getter. We got people hanging out. It's fun to see these guys.
We got another Russian bot too. Smashed already.
Yeah.
We're killing it tonight with the Russian bots.
Right?
До свидания.
Why are they always in a hurry?
I mean, hell, if we were Ukraine, this would already be over.
Yeah.
Just smashing them left and right. Whack-a-mole.
Blitzbot, Operation Blitzbot.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So,
Flatlight.
I did see something from actually Candace Owens earlier today about the Ukraine-Russia thing. Actually about Putin's speech either this morning or last night. What do you guys think about the idea that NATO is kind of pushing this by pushing further east? I mean, does Russia have some kind of claim to be like, yeah, you guys keep pushing east and we're going to push back? Because if Russia were to put somebody, you know, to put a base on Cuba again or something like that, we'd be pissed. But NATO keeps pushing east. So what do you guys think? Curious.
Well, are Russia and Cuba allies? Because we've been allies with Ukraine for a long time now.
Yeah.
I mean, mostly for oil refineries, but
and as a buffer. I mean,
Yeah.
the
We
whole
don't
the
need
whole
those
point
very
though
much
was
anymore,
NATO
do
was
we?
not supposed to be pushing east ever.
Yeah.
That was part of the Accords, and they kind of have been. So does Putin have a point, I guess is what I'm getting at. I don't like Russia or Putin, but I mean,
Well,
if it was reversed and, you know, you've got a whole bunch of countries pushing in towards the US,
well, Russia.
we would be doing the same thing. We'd be like, nope, not going to
Well,
happen.
Are we trying to overtake the Ukraine? Or sorry, are we trying to overtake Cuba? Because that would be kind of the thing. Is are we actively putting troops on the border of Cuba, and then Russia says no, that's our ally, we're going to support them?
It may be a bad example because Cuba's not in any accord like NATO, but NATO specifically said they wouldn't push east. And by basically saying Ukraine and Georgia, you guys are welcome, you know, kinda, and then we have to fight on your behalf. Is that not some kind of instigation?
Well, I look at
It sounds like it to me.
I look at it like this. I think that you know, Russia wants a lot of that territory in the Ukraine for advanced basing because it's strategically a good position, which is mainly why they want certain areas in that territory. I mean, that's it. They want bases there. I don't think they really want to
Look up a map though of the oil flows through
Yeah.
through Ukraine.
Natural gas
Well,
and
yeah.
oil.
Ukraine's
Yeah.
a middleman, and Russia's sick of paying Ukraine to export. I
Well,
think.
yeah,
Also,
I think-
agriculture. That's a very fertile land.
That's true too.
But we've kind of handed them a reasoning for this, is
Yeah.
what I'm getting
You
at.
guys know that Ukraine used to be a nuclear power.
Well,
Ukraine
yeah,
is
they
weak.
inherited
It's feeble.
like
They
20,
should have never given up
30%
their
of what the Soviet Union had in nukes, didn't they?
Yeah.
They shouldn't have given up their nukes.
They gave them up to Russia with a promise that Russia would never re-seize the territory, right? And that wasn't the deal in like '96 or something.
One of the START
Something like
Accords.
Well,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of other things going on. We know Hunter's been getting paid $1 million a year for a while now.
At least that's with public.
Yeah, to keep secrets, which he gave to everyone, including a full laptop over to Russia. So who knows what's really going on and why?
And
If
I
you
don't
guys-
want anybody to take this wrong. I'm not saying I'm pro-Russia, pro-Putin. I'm just saying, you know, based on the information that's out there, I mean,
Tremendous.
it's
Huge.
there does seem to be a little bit more levels to this than what, you know, especially what our mainstream media is trying to put out there of, oh, Russia just wants to take over. It's like, no, Russia
Well-
may be defending itself in a way. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, well-
I seriously think we would do the same thing if, you know, people were staging in Mexico that wanted to go after us.
There's some things, you know, that I've heard Putin say, you know, that he's incredibly based on, and then there's certain other things, you know, and don't forget, you know, in the grand scheme, a lot of Russia, you know, their higher ups, and I think probably Putin to a degree included, are mixed up with the WEF people too. So they're not, you know, so they may not be as proactive on necessarily advancing the agenda, but they're also not discouraging it. So that is an issue. So yeah, I don't know. I still don't really trust them, and I don't think that none of this happens if we have still a Trump presidency.
Oh yeah. I mean, if Trump was a puppet, then why the hell is this happening? In Obama and then Biden.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly
they
it.
didn't dare do anything while Trump was in there.
Because Trump's a nationalist. And he's not going to let anything happen that's going to fuck with America. The reason all of our enemies are pro WEF is because the World Economic Forum means a weaker United States, because they don't want a single global superpower. They want to be the superpower themselves.
Well, global order, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
like
gonna
I
have to think
derailed
about
everything.
that. No, I'm gonna have to think about that because that's a really good point about how how would we feel if even if say the EU started stepping into Mexico and
Well, I'm
setting
pretty
up there
sure
and
we
starting to
felt
take
that
over
way
that.
during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, yeah, we did.
I mean, that's why I use Cuba to compare that, because that is exactly what was going on during the missile crisis. We were like, hell no, you're not putting the missiles there. We are going to do something about that. And this is basically the same thing, but with a landing point right next to Russia. So,
well, the current administration, before they were even the current administration, was yelling Russia, 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 and so like that's their bad guy or whatever, and I think part of it's due to a certain son, that had his certain laptop, go missing, and dealings with
They found it.
businesses over there and whatnot.
Miranda Devine has a whole book on it.
But God forbid, we say anything about the boys from Beijing, and all
we're still pretending that Russia is an enemy when China is the problem.
Yep. That's the ticket right there.
Well,
I had Blake Masters on my podcast, and he says anytime the left says Russia, 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 what they're trying to do is distract you from China, China, China.
That's exactly it.
Was there anything more was there anything that would turn Russia more against us than the whole attitude over the whole Trump presidency? Basically saying that Russia is interfering in everything, and Russia is the worst place on the earth, and Russia is doing this, Russia's doing that, Trump's colluding with Russia. What was Russia really doing?
China agrees.
I mean, China's the worry. What does Russia have to do with anything? I mean, they're not a third world, but they're not a superpower anymore. Why are we worrying about them other than if Russia does take over Ukraine, China's moving into Taiwan and Hong Kong immediately? Because if we don't do anything there, which I honestly don't think we should, they're not a NATO country. It's a former Russian province, whatever, or Soviet province. I mean, it's not our fight. But Taiwan and Hong Kong fall the second we prove no backbone there. I don't know what the answer is, but
that's what's going on. Domino effect again. Like we're worried about that.
I grew up watching the Soviet Union. I live near a steel mill, so when you grow up in steel mill area, you grow up with knowing the threat of nuclear annihilation can happen, because every steel mill in the United States is a hard target for nuclear weapons. And when you grow up in that, you grow up knowing like, yeah, those are the Soviets. This is what's going on, and you tend to watch that stuff. And I've been watching it all my life, and I've been watching what Putin's been doing, and just from watching what he has been doing, to me, it seems like he's trying to put the Soviet Union back together.
Oh yeah, he wants all the former countries back from the Iron Curtain back under Russian rule.
I don't think he's
a commie, they're bleeding to death in Russia.
No, he's not a commie. It's just he wants.
No,
them
I
back
just
under rule.
think he's trying to put that power base and
maybe
do things differently. But that's
To
what
a-
I've been seeing.
To a large
And I get it, Bear.
degree, yeah, to a large degree, Bear, you're not wrong. They want a lot of that territory back because, again, there was a reason that even that territory with that may not that was some of it was remote, some of it was woodland, whatever. There were still some places that had strategic value that they went back for sure because they want to reestablish bases in a lot of those places.
Ukraine has a lot of farmland.
You don't even know it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I kind of grew up the same way, Bear. I'm in Colorado Springs. We're 2 or 3 on the nuke list because of NORAD. I mean, we didn't really grow up that scared because by the time I was here, it was the 90s. We weren't hiding under desks like we did in Oklahoma when I was in elementary school.
We played capture the flag, and one was the Russians and one was the United States.
Yep.
Growing up out in the woods.
Remember that.
I'm glad
we watched
you
Red
guys
Dawn.
flagged.
Don't go fucking with Northern Indiana boys. Not a good idea.
Nope.
Hoosiers.
Yeah. But guys, I gotta get going. I got another stream I'm scheduled for. But it's always great hanging out. And Drew, I hope you keep having a great birthday, my friend. It was awesome seeing everybody here tonight. And yeah, we gotta keep the fight going. Don't be a giant
Benny.
China.
Yeah, Vinny, it was great that you stopped in, man. I appreciate it. Because dude, you always bring something to this show. Even if it's boosters.
Yeah, go get your boosters.
I'm trying to refrain. I don't want to hurt your channel, but you're wrong. No. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, bro, it's always a pleasure, my friend.
You come on, before you go, you got to say, "I am the science."
Do we still have the avatar? No, damn it, I don't. I got him though. He's not the science. Fuck that guy.
They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Infowars.com. Yeah, don't drink the water in Jersey.
They're taking over.
Yeah, stay away from
list of people out there.
Yeah,
I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob.
Somebody did like a electronica remix of that, and it fucking kills me every time.
Oh,
I love it. I love it.
Between that and the indie folk song thing they did,
I love it.
They're both fantastic. I could listen to them on replay all day long.
I am the science. Rand Paul, you're wrong. All right.
Fauci, everyone knows you're a bullshit liar, Fauci.
Of course, he's a nasty prick. Well, like I said, I had to take shit down off of my streams because disinformation. Obviously with satire, you pricks. Anyway, later, everybody.
Take it easy.
Later. Bye, love you. Bye.
See you, Ben.
Bye.
Oh God, Vinny's awesome, but the thing is, I still don't think this is going to turn out to be the major crisis mainstream media is playing it out to be, or anything else. I don't think it's going to be World War III. I saw some people on Twitter posting, "Oh my God, this is the start of World War III." I'm like, "Are you stupid?"
Well, it was supposed to happen 2 weeks ago on Wednesday.
And
Zelensky is basically like, no, nothing's happening. I'm the president of Ukraine. I think I would know if something was happening.
Yeah, it's not the start of friggin' World War III. If anything, the people that are going to bring World War III are the friggin' globalists. So, people need to stop taking their eye off the prize and realize that, that the real fight is against China and it's also against the globalists.
Well, the globalists need to shove some pie in their pie hole.
And the thing is, yeah,
let them eat pie.
The thing is, too, Bear, don't forget, eventually the globalists are going to try to come for China too, because they're not going to just sit there and allow China to have some grand place in the plan. They're going to come for China too, because they want control of all the world's top powers, because they want to mold the world into the one world government. So they're eventually going to come for China too. Matter of fact, God, as recently as a few months back, you had Soros openly calling for war against China.
Well,
So
that's
they're
because he's
already
paying for both sides of that war.
So they're already, yeah, but they're already, but they're already biting the hand that feeds them, you know. But they definitely want China out of the picture. They're using China.
The last I checked, isn't there a warrant out of Russia for Soros?
Based.
Question. I'll Google it right now.
Putin issued a warrant for his arrest and all Soros's banking buddies that were banking in.
I know that they have a healthy.
Factcheck.org says no.
Yeah.
But that doesn't
Oh, yeah,
necessarily
they're
mean
always
anything.
right. Yeah.
AP News did a fact check. This is all 2018. No.
You'd have to check news
What a
release.
fact. No
from
proof.
Russia.
No proof. What does that mean?
I would think, you know, just based on the kind of person Putin is, he probably has a healthy dislike for Soros.
Well, I remember, it must have been like about 10 years ago. I read a story about there was warrants because of banking crimes and banking violations issued for their arrest.
Well, Putin, you know, he's still a nationalist himself. He's not really gonna let those guys come in and run roughshod over Russia necessarily.
YouTube fact checkers say mostly false.
How is it mostly false?
Soros will be hung on sight if he is seen, but there is no warrant.
Wow. That
I mean, I think Soros needs to take a trip to Russia.
Yeah. God,
nice.
yeah.
Take care of a lot of problems.
Any way we can get the A team to take care of that?
Set up a podcast with him and Snowden.
Well, no, there's a whole thing of speaking of not to change the subject, but speaking of private military contractors, there's a whole thing where this Predator security firm, they're involved not only in Canada, but in Australia. They were actively involved in the protests. And I want to say what's up to my buddy Comics Division.
Hey, dude! Happy birthday!
I'm regularly on his streams on Mondays and Thursdays, and he and I have been great friends for a long time, man. Thanks. I'm glad
God, you finished your thought when I came on before you introduced me. Now I know who the favorite is.
Yeah,
never heard. He just wants you to know where you stand. In the hierarchy.
You know, I
Chase,
actually
you're a bitch.
No, actually, Chase, I've been wanting to get you guys on the same stream for a long time. Comics. I don't know if you've ever met Chase Geyser, but Chase hosts the One American podcast, and you guys, as far as the way that you think independently and your points of view, you guys are like peas in a pod. It's great to find
on Twitter.
Yeah, Comics Division on Twitter. I mean, yeah, just like it's displayed right now.
Okay, with an X.
Yeah, yeah. He writes for or he's done stuff Chase for Unsafe Space and stuff like that. So comics is pretty decently plugged in.
I try to be.
Yeah.
Do you have a LinkedIn Comics? Do you have a LinkedIn?
We should have a personal one, which I will not distribute.
we should network.
It's been an hour since the last toast. Is Comics gonna join us on a toast to the birthday?
Oh man.
Yeah, Drew, we got to get you messed up. It's your birthday. Let's go.
Look, I'll drink to drinking.
I'm actually.
He's gonna forget to turn the stream off and start watching porn
Yeah,
after this.
Comics. His mom had a shot a while
Supreme
ago
tubing
with him.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that?
A little bit more
His
Jack
mom had a
there.
shot with him.
Yeah, my
Oh.
mom did a shot earlier. With it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's been a fun night, comics.
Yeah,
It sounds like it.
it has. You know,
I think
but
I need some more cognac.
But we kind of you just were coming in on the conversation. I was talking about the private military contractors that were involved with the protests.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you know, it bothers me that you know, these people are brought in because it really seems to me that they're mixing these mercs in and dressing them up as police and letting them just go ham on people. And you know, and you can tell clearly, because if you paid attention, and hail to our buddy the gospel Mark
Salute.
with a C. What's going on, brother? I wish you could have made it on the panel too, but thank you for popping in the chat, bro. They have this symbol like from the movie Predator. It's on their uniforms clearly. It's a patch, and you can tell because they've been spotted in not only Australia during you know, the protests, that when people were protesting the Australian government, but also recently in you know, just as recent as a few days ago when the crackdown finally came, where the police busted up the Canada protests. And when people were finding those UN planes on that runway in Canada, you know, and I wondered this because I mentioned this last night on Comics the Stream. Was this how they brought in those PMCs? Did the UN fly those PMCs in? Are they basically on the globalist payroll? Because odds are that they probably are.
I don't know if you're waiting for one of us to answer. I have no idea.
I thought he directed it at you.
Well, I'm just more or less kind of thinking out loud, but I mean, it makes sense to me because, you know, why would they risk, you know, police, especially when they already know the sentiment, and also the fact that police not going through with it, when they can just send in mercs that don't care, that will do sell their own soul for a payday.
Yeah, I know
Well,
that.
I heard law enforcement
mentioned it.
remove their badges as well.
Yeah, and Script Doctor kind of confirmed last night that those were probably mercs.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see a big difference between the police that were dealing with them before, like when they had the RMCP coming in and actually just sitting down and talking with the protest leaders, versus the cops who were kind of doing the march forward or hopping on horses and trampling people off of wheelchairs. And you know, you can notice a difference between the uniforms and just the way they act and their demeanor overall. Because, you know, Canadian police are just going to apologize way too often. They're going to, oh, real sorry, guys. Gotta ask you to go here. Whereas you bring in the PMCs, they're just going to trample people.
Hey, guys, can you move, eh? You know?
Yeah, and there were plenty of stories.
Here,
There were plenty of stories about the Ottawa police getting too friendly with the protesters, so they had to bring people in from other provinces. Those people from other provinces could have been exactly what you're talking about. Who knows?
All right. Well, I'm gonna direct you guys to this. I'll share this because this is originally where I started reading up on this, and this is a tweet thread, and I retweeted this, so you can find it on my Twitter, by the way. But this credit to this Mr. Nobody X at Mr. Nobody X1. Using the military without using the military. If you think hashtag Ottawa Police and RCMP went in alone, you're living in a false utopia. Mercenaries and defense contractors are as Canadian as maple syrup. Let me introduce you to Predator Security Defense.
Yep.
And they have the group's website right there. But this here is their logo. This logo has been seen on uniforms again in the Australia protests and now in the Canada protests. And to me, that leads me to believe that they were using Mercs, just as Script Doctor pretty much confirmed. Now, the services that they supposedly offer are, their employees, number one, are prior military.
I gotta correct myself. It was when I mentioned the UN is what he confirmed, not mercenaries. Sorry, my bad.
All right. Well, this outfit's employees, prior military combat veterans, U.S. special programs, special forces or Navy SEALs, or tactical law enforcement. And supposedly the company says our operators are highly trained counterterrorism experts across the entire spectrum, as good as any and better than most. They have people from Naval Special Warfare Group SEAL Team 3, specialty in tactical counterterrorism. And, need to fight back guerrilla warfare style, take down opposition. Operators are specifically chosen for their expertise in close-in weapons and tactics. So they have a skill set in SERE, survive, evade, resist, escape. So these people are, essentially the hired guns that anybody can bring in, and it's rumored that they are a global force. Definitely, it costs bukus to hire these type of guys. And apparently Vice, of all people, did an article on this. But
do you think Merc contractors do like a Black Friday sale? Like buy one, get one free?
Maybe.
It's sad to think that Canadians paid for their own overtaking, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
It's
we all
probably
do
happening
taxes.
Well, I was born
That's
in
you paying
Canada,
for,
so.
taxes. Are you paying for the government to stick their boot on your neck?
Well,
yep.
Well,
stand
yeah.
there.
I mean, if they brought in PMCs, I mean, you have to really, really wonder what since they've admitted that most governments are compromised. What would our own government do to us?
I'm not sure, but based on what we just saw on the tweets, maybe an unpopular opinion, but I find it hard to believe that they're bringing in Navy SEAL level guys to deal with a trucker, protest. I mean,
yeah, but
I believe they're bringing in somebody. I don't believe
they're also former
necessarily
SWAT
that it's them.
Some of them are former SWAT people.
But we saw, cops or guys in the uniform laying down their guns behind them to shoot a gas canister into a reporter. I mean, I would think that the people that they would bring in would be more competent than that if that's who they were bringing in. I don't believe that those groups don't exist. I just don't know that that's what this case was.
Well, I think what they were referring to is the ones that were, brought in with the guys in green, and the ones that I saw, doing the shooting with the gas canisters were not wearing green; they're wearing black, which I believe was probably the regular Ottawa cops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me too. That's what I think.
Yeah, the guys in the green uniforms were really sus, big time.
Yeah.
And that could be.
I want to say thanks to Cosmic Fusion. Hail, brother. Thank you so much for the $15 and then $5 and Godzillionaire. Thank you so much for the 10. Appreciate you guys. On the let me refresh the Stream Elements page here, and I'll read the things go with it. Godzillionaire for $10 says happy birthday, Drew. Cosmic Fusion says happy birthday, brother. As a gift, I'll leave you these 2 jokes. Did you know that gravity is a tool of the patriarchy? It's just there to hold you down. Nice. Joke number 2. How many feminists does it take to screw in a light bulb? Just one. She presses it against the socket and waits for the world to spin around her. Nice. Oh, thanks, Cosmic Fusion. Appreciate you. This has been like so much fun as far as awesome stream. But yeah, I mean, you got to ask the question, because if PMCs or any private forces in play, I honestly wonder where the line is, where the government would stop, or if they don't care. Well, I'm answering my own question, because at this point, I don't think that they care about killing people.
Probably not.
I mean, we're one emergency away from them, seizing bank accounts.
Yeah,
they're already shutting down bank accounts.
They're already
They shut
doing
down
that.
Mick Lindell.
Yeah, yeah,
We're a
we've
variant
been
away from
talking
that.
about what are they going to do to the freedom convoy here in the States, and it's a good possibility that they could treat this like another January 6th moment.
Oh well,
they're definitely going to do that.
Yeah, you can already sense that they're getting ready for that, comics, because look, they already threw up the fence. They're already waiting on that.
Mm-hmm.
They're salivating for that.
Yeah.
They think that's going to happen.
Biden threw up a fence around the White House yesterday.
As Canadians.
No, what's that, Shellback?
I said, plus we're not nearly as polite as Canadians.
Yeah.
You hoser.
I don't think any of us Americans down here that will be involved in that convoy will be so nice as to badges showing up and whatnot.
Yeah, I know. I think that's kind of the issue, though, is that all they're looking for is that excuse. And I think if there's like one dude with an AR-15, they're going to declare an extremist movement and move in and crush it.
Yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. They're going to use any excuse.
That's
they
what
want
they're
to.
waiting on.
Can you imagine if Rittenhouse showed up?
Yeah.
I heard there were tyrants here. Where are they?
Well, they've heard there's the KKK here for forever.
I heard he that Rittenhouse was on whose
Tucker,
show
right?
was he just on? Where
Tucker.
he was like,
I hardly know her.
Yeah, he's like, he's like introduced something like the media accountability platform or some shit like that.
He's suing everybody.
About suing people. Yeah,
Yep. He's suing Whoopi Goldberg and everybody who, after his acquittal, said he's a murderer.
Good for him.
I hope he wins. Hope he gets good, fair courts.
Well, he'll be set for life either way.
It was one thing to say it before he was acquitted. It's a whole nother legal thing to say it after he was acquitted.
Agreed.
I mean, it's one of those things, like, looking strictly at the First Amendment, it's one of those things of like they should pretty much be able to get away with it because it's opinion. But when you look at previous case law that stands, like with Sandman and all that happened with him, there's a good chance that they could win.
Sandman is exactly what they're going after.
Yep.
I mean,
well, I really think like there's going to be a lot of sinister stuff come out when people really start to look into the whole background of Klaus Schwab, because when you go and really realize that this guy was around in 30s Germany, you know, he's definitely has ties to the old Nazis. These are not good people, period. You know, and I hope it gets through to the average layperson that, like, hey, we're dealing with people that are fine with exterminating humanity for the greater good of humanity, which is such a warped view.
Yeah, I mean that's what we see from a lot of these different, you know, the modern day socialists. Essentially, they're really just looking for an enemy that they can paint so they can gain more control. And these days, it's become people who speak out for freedom, people who speak out for inalienable rights. They're just looking for an enemy that they can paint so more people will bend the knee and just let them take over and follow along with whatever they say.
Well, the people that aren't awake, or that just sit there and subscribe to the popular narrative, they're just so lost, because I don't even think they realize that they're useful idiots for what essentially is the Fourth Reich. And I hate to go to that extreme, but this is, to me, it's so many
Drew, it's a fact.
words. The Fourth Reich.
Well, all you do is look around. People are afraid. They're afraid to take their masks off. They wear masks in their cars by themselves. They wear them at the park while they're walking their dog. I don't think it's that they're really crazy and that all of them are liberals. I think these people are actually afraid that they're going to die, because they're told every single day they're going to die. And their
that could be
program, it's
part
like,
of it.
just like I said, Stockholm syndrome. They
I
really
think
believe
a lot
it.
of it's conditioning. I mean, we
Yeah.
basically lived like the last 2 years, you know, wearing masks for the most part. I guess depending where you're at, maybe it was only a year. That a lot of these people, it's become second nature. It's like putting on socks at this point. So I don't know if it's necessarily fear. I think it's probably a combination of multiple factors, and fear being one of
It's
them.
just
And
pitiful.
then just habit being another.
Yeah, comics, you're right about that too. People developed it as a habit, but there's also, I just go back to COVID in general. When this is looked back at, probably like 20 years from now, I think people realize it's one of the biggest scams perpetrated on humanity, period, because it's the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
Come up with the disease, sell the cure, double profit. And it's
and the cure isn't a cure.
Yeah, exactly.
Even I felt weird. I was never pro mask. When they finally dropped the mask mandate here in San Antonio, I even felt weird not wearing one.
Yeah.
Because I'd just been doing it for so long.
Yeah, it's like deprogramming people.
Yeah, exactly.
I hated it so much. There was never a point where I felt weird about getting rid of it. I wanted out of it from the beginning.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was right there with you, man. But it's just, like I said, it was the fact that every time
Everybody
I
did
went
it.
out, yeah, it's like when I finally went to the grocery store, once I dropped it, I was like one of very few people that was not wearing a mask.
Well, and the goofiest rules too, like, for example, like just going to a restaurant, you're standing there waiting to be seated. You have your mask on, but then, you can sit down at the table and take it off. But then if you get up to go to the restroom, it has to go back on. It's like, how does that even make sense? Do I take my mask off and put it back on between bites too? I mean, it's like, come on.
I mean, that's what they want you to do on planes.
Yeah.
Goofier is you go to a concert with 10 to 20,000 people, nobody's wearing a mask. But if you go over to the bar on the side, you have to wear a mask to order the beer.
Yeah, it don't make sense.
Are you serious?
Stupid.
Are you serious?
It is stupid.
I'm dead serious. It's stupid.
I haven't, because I haven't been to a concert in probably a good 5-6 years, so I haven't gone to.
Well, apparently the three servers are scared to death. I don't know. Stupid.
Well, I go to the gym
called lack
and
of
there'll be a guy or a woman walking around wearing a mask while they're working out. And then they use the equipment and they get up and walk off. They didn't even bother to wipe it off.
Yeah.
So they wear a
I mean,
mask.
that's
I mean,
disgusting
I
in
don't
any way.
understand any of it.
Yeah.
It's all stupid.
I did that beforehand.
Yeah.
But they didn't wipe it off for the next person. And it says right on every sign, please wipe down the equipment when you're finished. But they're wearing a mask while they're working out. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's pretty,
However,
it's pretty funny. I see it too.
Yeah, here in Washington State on the 21st of March, mask mandates will end, except for school buses and public transportation, because of the federal thing. I guess the federal they help.
Yeah, and that's being challenged too.
Yeah,
I'll probably get in trouble, but after
I hope someone
Janet's,
challenges it here in Washington State, because kids don't need to be masked, especially kids that have a learning disability. They need to see the teacher's mouth when she's pronouncing words. And before, it's a lack of proper English and comprehension education that people aren't getting, that don't understand the basics. The box that a mask comes in tells you right there what it does and what it doesn't do. Comprehension, man.
I mean, it's just about seeing how much you'll be able to put up with, how much you're willing to deal
absolutely.
with from, government mandates, whether or not they make sense. I mean, it's the whole believe the science thing. Science has never been about belief. It's been about fact.
Mm-hmm.
They've been drip feeding verbal poison in movies and TV shows for the last 30 odd years.
There's got to right.
The way people act in a mass crowd, they act the way people do in TV movies and TV shows, because they seen them do it and act that way.
Is Godzillionaire right?
Supposed to watch it and enjoy it.
Is he right about this? They'll be requiring masks on planes for the next 3 years.
I think he's just making a statement.
Oh,
but I know that I'm trying to remember. I think it's Southwest Airline. They are challenging the mask mandate, because I know there's a challenge coming from Texas. Yeah.
I mean, the one that's already been ruled is unconstitutional.
Probably. I haven't kept up with it. I just know that there's something coming from Texas that's challenging it.
Southwest CEO is upset about the mask mandate because they recycle the air every 2 to 3 minutes in a plane, and Southwest is based out of Dallas or Love Field in Dallas Fort Worth.
Actually, probable. I think I may have gotten that from you.
Yeah,
I said it 2 nights ago. Yeah,
that was from you then.
Yeah, I think Gap Stargate said I think the Democrats are dropping the mask mandates because of the election in fear of the red wave. Well, yeah, that's a big part of it.
Well, they're not going to win on mask mandates and vaccine passports. That's why they're dropping the shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason why it got dropped in the UK.
It could be these mysterious lawsuits popping up in countries here and there, like domino effect.
Yeah, Cosmic Fusion brings up a good point, Bear. Imagine trying to learn in school right now if you're deaf and need to read lips.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Well, that's why they made those plastic ones.
Yeah, the face shields.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there's that one that guy from Amazon developed who I guess is deaf. And it's basically like a plastic thing that covers your face or your mouth.
I mean, have these people not seen what a smoke bomb does? I mean, if you cough, it's going to go straight around a 1 millimeter thick piece of plastic in front of your face. Air moves.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Freezing cold, have a mask on, you can see what it's doing.
Oh, yeah.
You guys see that video where the guy's outside, there's snow everywhere? He's like, this is what it's like wearing a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't say much. He goes, you notice all this stuff blowing out here.
But the droplets.
He made it funny and educated.
The droplets.
The droplets.
It's the droplets.
Listen to Fauci.
Boy, that guy has turned out to be quite the horse's ass.
It's science.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he's only
AIDS
wrong
is
for a
in
week.
cereal.
AIDS is in cereal, I'm telling you.
Hey, did you know back during the Spanish flu in Seattle, masks were required? Little bit of history for you.
Did not know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I also heard recently about during the pox
Indian hair masks.
The pox outbreak in Massachusetts in the early 1900s, they were actually offering people to go against taking the pox vaccine. It was a $5 charge. You just go up to the courthouse, pay $5, so you don't have to get the pox vaccine. And at that point in time, the pox vaccine had been out since before the Revolutionary War. But you could go pay $5, which is the equivalent of about $150 these days, to just pay it off.
I thought the pox vaccine was giving you an actual injection from somebody who had the pox.
I don't know if it was an injection or if they were still doing the scratch style then.
Whatever it was very archaic.
That's what I mean. Giving you the live virus, not the real, or not an actual vaccine, but hey, let's take some live virus off of this kid who's going to die in 2.5 hours and stick it in you.
Exactly, Hetty.
Hey, I like what Godzillionaire said. Have they released a midterm variant yet?
Yeah.
That's
sad.
That's about
It's
true.
It's true. Yeah.
But
I just keep thinking the
variant.
harder they push all this stuff, the more people are going to wake up. The more bullshit they put out there, just the backwards thinking, the ridiculous shit they put out there, the more people are going to wake up to it and just realize how much the government has been screwing you over for generations.
Well, look at just the exponential growth of somebody like Joe Rogan's audience. Okay, I look at the growth that Chase is going through with his podcast. I mean, it's ridiculous how many
doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, dude, it should make a lot of sense, because what it is people want to hear alternative voices. They want to hear unfiltered conversation. When it's sitting there all the time and you're hearing the same thing from mainstream corporate media, which, by the way, the right-wing media is no better, because they sit there and they will report on things that maybe liberty-minded people or conservative people want to hear, but they omit others. Like, you will never just about ever hear anything on corporate media, even if it's on like Fox News, for example. He won't hear them bring up a debate about the WEF. And why is that? Well, hello, corporate media. They're in on it. It's just and that's why what like what you do with your podcast, what I do with this stream, what Comics Division does with his channel, what Wes does with his channel, is so important. Because we're getting that unfiltered voice out there. Even when I was on John B. Wells, which was an accomplishment, he's at the 7th largest radio show in the nation, and he is all about just talking about all of this stuff. And he's lucky he's on syndicated radio and he's able to do it.
Well, you got guys on syndicated radio like Bongino, who is pretty based.
Yeah.
And he gets removed from YouTube. I mean, you have to have something syndicated to have any hope of surviving anything that they're doing right now. It's crazy.
I mean, yeah.
I hear Vimeo is a popular video platform, but you do have to pay to upload there.
Oh, Vimeo? Yeah, you kind of do.
There, I know Florida Maquis with his Patreon, he started uploading videos to Vimeo, and he's bypassing YouTube completely.
Yeah, Vimeo's pretty good.
I don't know. I mean, I've always looked at it like, and by the way, comics, I hit 900. I'm almost there.
Nice.
But the thing is in the end, it'll probably be Odyssey will be my backup. My personal backup will just be Odyssey, because I think for me it probably fits more in a more simpler sense. I've looked at Rumble, and I know like John B. Wells suggested to me, like I probably go on Rumble and stuff, but for I think my previous streams and things like that, like just porting everything to Odyssey is probably a good idea.
I mean, I just automatically upload everything to Odyssey, Rumble, and YouTube. Might as well back it all up. Should start doing BitChute.
Yeah, I haven't messed with BitChute. I know a lot of people have done BitChute. So
BitChute is great until they kind of broke the linking with YouTube. And that's the only reason why I haven't uploaded anything in there in such a long time is because it stopped mirroring.
Oh, okay.
That might have been YouTube's fault.
Maybe.
I wouldn't.
How's Odyssey's mirroring working? Because I'm noticing all my songs.
It works fine. I mean, Rumble works fine as well. It just takes a bit of time.
Yeah, I've got 3 followers on Odyssey.
Hey, Gap, thank you for coming by, man. I appreciate you. Thanks for your continued support, and you rock, brother. One of these times we're going to have to get together and other than discuss politics and based stuff and current events, you and I have to sit down and talk some Stargate one of these times. So whether we do a venue on your channel or something for you or something for me, I definitely want to talk some Stargate with you at some point in the future. So, all right, take care of yourself, my friend. TZ, I know Wes does all backs up his stuff on there, and he does a lot of half and half streams.
I mean, I've been thinking about just anytime I do a live stream, just going to Odyssey, because I hate it when I'm streaming on YouTube and I just have to sit there and stop and think about what I'm going to say. Like, oh, is that going to go against their community guidelines? Is that going to be technically misinformation, even though what I'm saying is quoting a legitimate source? I hate having to do that.
Believe it or not, it's instinctual for me.
It's scary.
If you learn the talking code anyway, you follow the Grateful Dead and all that stuff, and you're friends with people in high places, low places, in between places. You're talking code, and I'm used to it, and so.
I've only been doing this like 5 months.
videos.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I kind of feel like I was over the target, like the live stream that YouTube completely nuked of mine, when I had like that guy that was kind of like an insider that really knew his stuff about DHS Directive 51, and we talked at length about that, and we named names and we named plenty of people. It's very interesting to me that YouTube sent me an email about that and said it was disinformation, not medical disinformation, just disinformation, period. And they said, that we had to delete this stream.
Yeah, I got one deleted for medical misinformation a while back.
How long were they up for before they caught it?
This stream that I know of mine that was up, Chase, that got deleted, was up for at least a few weeks, and then they just deleted it. And it was and like I said, I think it was just because we were over the target.
I want to say it might happen within 24 hours.
Yeah.
I had a freaking private video removed because it was inappropriate. It was freaking private.
Yeah, they'll do that, man. They'll strike you for a private video.
It was called The Plan. And it was something that I played for other people to let them see it.
I've heard them strike people for deleted content.
Yeah,
That's
they have.
Impressive.
So they can go in and undelete your content, and then
they have it stored always, and they just look through it. They fuck you for it.
I mean,
Wow.
I got hit with a strike for quoting something from the Unheard podcast. They did an interview with the one chick who was in the Australian camps in there. That video that went viral. Where
Oh,
she's talking
yeah,
about you
yeah,
can't
yeah.
go past the line. Yeah, I just quoted something that they said in the video, and I was doing a live reaction to it, and that's what got me a community guideline strike
Well,
for misinformation.
Well, the thing with mine though, Freeze, was like I said, we went ham on DHS Directive 51 or NSPD 51, which basically it essentially is like the Emergencies Act that Canada has. So this is the thing the government has in the toolbox that they can break out at any time and say, all right, well, this is a catastrophic situation. We need to enact, DHS Directive 51, which then lets them appoint an overseer, if you will, or what they would call an emergencies coordinator. And then on top of that, it gives them the autonomy to federalize anything that they want in the name of, protecting government continuity.
Emperor Palpatine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
Enact Order 66.
And what's funny
So
about
this is how democracy dies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and what's
With applause, not
Thunderous
silence.
applause.
what's funny
Great
about
line though,
this,
by the way.
yeah.
It was true.
Yeah.
But what's interesting about this was under the radar, passed during the Bush administration, which tells you all you need to know. If anybody wonders if he was Skull and Bones, if he's globalist, yeah, he's team globalist all the way.
Mhm.
No, I want to say like pretty much every president has been a member of the Skull and Bones Society.
Yeah, well,
I know that Bush Jr. was.
I think you
Yeah.
have to go to
Don't know
Yale.
about Trump.
yeah.
I think
I
it's
mean,
only at
Trump
Yale.
had his mistakes, but I feel like he wasn't really part of the. He was part of the elite as far as corporatists go, and he had a lot of money. But I feel like I don't know. It feels like he threw a monkey wrench in the whole plan that they
Oh,
had.
he
And they're
did.
really
Oh, he
pushing
did,
hard now.
absolutely.
He
Trump
did.
was hated because he wasn't that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a difference between being upper class and being political class.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh
Yeah, I think they were all shocked as crap that he even won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they were.
You could tell.
I was.
Yeah.
Why they
Why
had
they
to
had
cheat
to
on the next
fortify.
one.
Oh
Yeah.
man, you should read the minutes of that Skull and Bones meeting.
Yeah, the look on Hillary's face when she realized that she didn't win was priceless because she was like, "What the? I thought
Oh no!
this
All
was
these
taken
Rhodes
care of."
scholars told me I would win.
Yeah. Wow.
That
Yeah.
bitch, pardon my French, that bitch should be in freaking jail right now.
Well,
'Cause,
she should.
somebody like
She'll never see
me,
a day.
somebody like me, who was an enlisted guy in the military, okay, if we would have made the same mistakes with those freaking servers that she did, we would
Oh,
be
yeah.
spending the rest of our lives in Leavenworth prison making little rocks out of big rocks, okay?
Yeah, you take a selfie on a submarine and you're going to jail for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, that's illegal.
Oh man.
Only for white guys in glasses.
Oh man, comics, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, buddy.
Remember that guy, that UFC guy or whatever, that took a selfie outside of Auschwitz with his girlfriend last week?
Did he get
I
crucified
didn't see
for
that.
it?
Yeah, he's like smiling at this selfie, like, we're in Auschwitz, so excited. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Well, I mean, admittedly, it's something in my opinion.
Maybe just take this one in without the phone.
It's poor taste, but it's not something that somebody should be canceled for.
No, he's not canceled. He just got a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Seeing some of my ancestors' history from the wrong side.
Well, I was on a live stream when that happened, and with Tim Young, and it got us going. And so we ended up on the TripAdvisor page for Auschwitz, reading the 1-star reviews, and they are hilarious. Like 3 stars, not as depressing as I thought it would be. Like what?
I mean, I actually went to Dachau one time. It's a whole museum now, and I mean, I think I passed the statute of limitations, but I took a little piece of it with me because it was one of those things of like, wow, this is a piece of history
It'd be too tempting to not do
Could
it.
one of the
Yeah.
Could one of the mods please smash that bot?
Do you
Looks
have
like
it?
we
Do you
already
still
got
have?
it.
Do you still have the piece of it with you?
Yeah, I got it in a little tin box right over on my bookshelf. It's just a little piece of concrete, but yeah, got a piece of Dachau.
Yeah, that's creepy.
It's the same thing they give
Hey,
Green Bay Packers owners.
Yeah,
I got a similar story. Only difference was it was a cave tour.
Mm-hmm.
I had a bag of rocks around my neck, and I'm a stone collector. Ladies looking right at me. No stone collecting. I'll be watching. I'll catch you. She didn't catch
Always
me.
watching.
Well, I did that. I
So
was,
she was
I went to the Mayan ruins.
She was a rock
I
Karen.
picked up a rock and stuck it in my sock.
Mhm.
So I got a little piece of history.
Hey, look!
Drew
it's an American bot, Lawson Page.
Drew
had an amazing idea.
Drew just tucks the rocks into his right pocket and lets his balls hang out the left pocket.
That's one big pocket.
All right. Speaking of final shot of the night before we go.
It's the top of the hour.
I'm gonna go for about another 15 minutes after this, and then I'm gonna wrap it. I went way over time than what I was going to, but comics showed up and I wanted to hang out.
You have to expect this, man. What are you wrapping it in?
Yeah, it's happy birthday. We go as long as you want, buddy.
Oh yeah, this has been great.
I'm just glad I didn't miss it like I did last year.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you made it, and I wanted to have you on the show for a change, because I'm always on your show all the damn time. So, it's nice to have you come on and talk about this.
I need some advice, guys.
Yeah, what's up?
Sorry, Drew, finish your thought. I thought that was the end of your sentence, dude.
No, I'm good.
I was just gonna say, I want to do a video of the police song "Every Breath You Take," and would it be funnier if I put the like FBI logo over Sting's face the whole time, or if I refaced it so it was Hillary's face?
Oh,
I think George Floyd would be.
No, FBI logo. I think that's probably not appropriate.
FBI logo.
No, do a guy in a mask with the breath going out of the mask with every breath he takes.
Yeah,
I could have it cut back and forth.
Or you could basically just take the song and set to the footage that you've that's been taking place in Canada with the police.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
All
too.
right. All right.
that
I'll think of
too.
something.
Yeah. TZ Canadian. Yes, I did get your Stream Elements chat. The 2 hours ago for $25, and thank you, by the way. Happy birthday, Drew. Don't worry, the Browns will get him next year.
Yeah, how long have you been saying that?
Not likely.
Yeah, I'm realizing that now.
When are they gonna have to change their team name?
Yeah, I know. It's pretty soon.
No, I think the name's pretty on point because the only place the Browns belong is in the toilet.
No.
My grandfather taught for Tufts University, and they had a chant they would do. It's what's the color of horse shit? Brown.
Oh, we're talking about sports teams. Sorry.
Yeah, it's sports ball.
Not just Cleveland in general.
No, actually,
any city.
This area actually does have its charm, even though there is it is like it does get rather depressing, but it does have its charm to a degree, and there's some good places to eat around here.
At least it's
some
not
good places
Detroit.
to eat. It's still a fucking city. They smell like shit. They're full
Well,
of
yeah.
crime. Bullshit.
Oh, I'd listen. I would rather I would rather take a trip to Texas, check out Comics' neck of the woods and places like that. But hey,
It's not bad here. Just don't come during the summer because it's really fucking hot.
Yeah,
We always have the dry heat excuse, though.
Well, when
we talking Nevada heat?
Whenever
we got humidity on occasion.
17 in the sun.
What's going on with Jeremy and Ryan? Are they coming to visit you, Comics and Gary?
At some point, I believe. Yeah, I think what's happening is they're going to be on You Are Here, and then Jeremy is going to drive down.
Well, whenever they have the actual like get together at Texas for everybody, I'm gonna probably pop down there.
I'm going down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I gotta
I'm
go,
gonna-
guys. I love you. Happy birthday.
Hey,
Not in the Aerosmith way.
Chase, take care of yourself, man.
Chase,
too, man.
nice to meet you.
Yeah,
It's a
take care,
pleasure to
Chase.
meet
It's
you.
nice
I
to
sent
meet
you.
you.
I followed you on Twitter, so feel free to DM me
It's
anytime.
nice to meet you,
Yeah, I
Chase.
followed you back.
Pleasure to meet you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
take it easy, brother.
All right, guys. Bye bye.
Take care.
Later.
I can't. You know, he's actually comics. He's gonna have freaking Roger Stone on in a few weeks.
Nice.
On his podcast. So I was like, damn, you know, he's been killing it. He's had great guests like the past few weeks. So
I like that dude.
yeah, Chase is awesome, man. You know, and that dude's really plugged in because he knows like Matt Couch, he knows Reed Coverdale, he knows a bunch of people, you know, and that's how, you know, to a fairly decent degree, he helped me snag that interview with Laura Logan. So, you know,
That was awesome.
yeah. So I owe a lot to Chase, but he's a good dude. You know, he's a free thinker, and I appreciate that about him because he largely has conservative values, but he is not beholden to a party.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what I appreciate about him because he's a free thought guy. You know, and that's where, you know, and that's why I think you and I get along so well, comics, is we're free thought people, man.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be, right? I mean, sadly, I think a lot of people aren't that way. They just want life to be on easy mode, right? And for me, I always like learning stuff. I like educational stuff. You know, I think I mentioned this the other day when it's like, you know, one of my favorite things was like watching the History Channel or Discovery Channel. And suddenly all that crap went reality TV. So like none of the good educational stuff was on there anymore. And that's why I kind of shifted away from TV and onto YouTube, was because there's, you know, good educational and entertaining content out here.
Oh
And
man, there's so much really good meaty stuff.
Yeah.
with
And
this
I mentioned like the whole thing. Oh, it was I remember the name of that channel I was talking about last night. It was called All Time Conspiracies. And it was just a fun YouTube channel that talked about conspiracies. It wasn't endorsing anything. They would do like point counterpoint kind of thing. And YouTube basically, I wouldn't say destroyed the channel. They changed their model before. I think they saw the writing on the wall, and they knew that if they didn't change their channel, YouTube was going to crush it. But I just really enjoyed listening to them because it was just like, it got you thinking, right? But it never endorsed a conspiracy. It wasn't like pushing conspiracies or anything. It was just really just for entertainment purposes, and gone.
Yep.
Sounds like you're talking about one of my favorite YouTube channels.
Yeah, you know, it's
also gone.
Yeah, it's YouTube. YouTube was great when they left stuff, you know, be. But now the way that they're going, it's going to wipe out what I think is a lot of the good content. Because, you know, and Crazy Cat Guy, thank you so much for the birthday wishes, buddy. Love you, man. You know, appreciate you being so supportive and checking my streams out all the time and just being here. But yeah, I mean, largely when they took those types of things off History Channel, the documentaries, the things like I used to love watching the stuff, like they would have stuff like on certain battles of World War II or something like that, you know, and I loved just, you know, revisiting good history discussions, and they took those off there, and a lot of it now is like what Comics said. It's just reality television. So
Ancient Aliens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you come over to YouTube, and they have the good stuff on here, and then now you have to be in fear of the stuff you like going bye again, because YouTube is gonna let loose the algorithm to 11 and just like essentially shut down anything that isn't pro narrative based.
Yeah, but don't you think that'll slow down once more and more of these other channels start picking up momentum and leaving YouTube, and they'll be starting to lose money, and they might start saying, well, we better do something or we're going to lose all these people.
Well, I don't think they're in danger of losing money because, look who owns them, Google. I don't think they're
Well,
going to be.
everybody has to have money. I mean, they have to make money. Over years of losing money, I don't see how they stay in business.
No, you got a point, but they're not going to lose it at a super rapid rate. Put it that way.
My wife will watch Ghost Hunters and Ancient Aliens all day and all night long.
Oh, I believe it.
And I watch YouTube because I like to watch people who believe the same things I do. It may be an echo chamber, the group we're in, but I also get plenty of the other from the mainstream.
Well, it's not really that's not really an echo chamber, because this goes back, and it's not to like sit here in butter comics up or anything, but when we have good discussions on his live streams, and I think we pretty fairly, even though we agree a lot of times, I think we pretty fairly examine pros and cons when there's a pro and con argument to something.
Yeah, I think it's a pro and con argument from a certain point of view, and we know the con argument. I think the mainstream media is presenting a con argument that is absolutely something that none of us agree with, and we just argue with it.
I mean even... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it. Go.
I was just saying, even you, Brahmin, were bringing up earlier, you were giving some dissent with, the normal chat. It wasn't just a full echo chamber when you were bringing up the, whole Ukrainian view, the Russian view on the Ukrainian situation. How would we feel if something similar was going on with us? So it's not even a full echo chamber. We're still willing to push back against our own thought and the way that we tend to see the world. We'd like to try and see it from all sides. So It's not even a full echo chamber here on YouTube.
Yeah, it's open-minded. You're open-minded and you're willing to listen to what other people have to say and be yourselves. That's what attracted me to all of you guys. Is I found Drew and Comics Division and Friday Night Tights and Doomcock and all them, and basically that's my entertainment. But I like it because you're all different. You have your own personalities, and that's what keeps me coming back. Because as long as you are you, I will tune in.
And like I said, I wasn't arguing for the Russian position. I'm just saying, devil's advocate, this is what's going on. Let's talk about it, because I think that's what we need to do.
Well, it's really important to try and look at things from all sides available, because I think that's one thing that's really been lost with political discussion in general, especially in the last few years, is especially when you look at actual politics and the structures that they're trying to implement, or the actual policy they're trying to implement, is that they never think about how it can be used negatively. They never look at how the other side is going to use the same policies that they're going to put in place. So, Trump is talking about trying to put, restrictions on Section 230, and we don't think about how the left side is going to use the same sort of tactics of restricting free speech.
That's one thing I always bring up, is the fact that you have to think more than one step ahead, right? You have to think about how is this thing that I'm supporting going to be used against me in the future? And it's like the whole thing with censorship that we're saying with YouTube. I mean, it's like all these people on the left that are supporting it don't realize, because they're so ingrained in their echo chamber, they don't realize that as soon as the pendulum swings back the other way, the exact same policies that they just put in place are going to be used against them.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
And there's a danger of that because
big time.
you lived through it and I lived through it, in the 80s, when the whole satanic panic era was going on. And it was the huge Bible thumper mentality where it's like everything that we don't like is Satan, and I disagreed with that at that time, and I consider, and I've always been Catholic, so I believe in Christianity, but it just
Well,
I mean,
it
that
wasn't coming from the Catholics. It was mainly coming
but
from
it was over the top.
Protestants. I want to say particularly coming from Southern Baptists, but I could be wrong on that. But it was definitely
Baptists
coming
are pretty hardcore. I'll from experience, they're hardcore.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I have Southern Baptists in my own family, and it's like when I was visiting my cousins, I remember my uncle coming in and saying, while you're here, don't listen to your rock music, and I was just like, okay, and I listened to it anyway.
Yeah, and that's the thing, so the satanic panic era, the pendulum was that way, then it swung the other way, then it's gonna swing, then we have the very real danger it's gonna swing back extreme to the other way again.
Well, if we're not cautious, it definitely will, and that's the problem. What I brought up last night is that the further left that the far left pulls the pendulum, the further right it's going to swing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's a matter of time.
I would say
ahead.
one thing though. When the left pulls the pendulum one way, it becomes permanent.
Mhm.
The right can only hold the line.
Well-
There is no swinging back typically. Everything that the left has ever gained, we've never gained back on.
Well, it's because a lot of our politicians don't actually care about trying to swing the pendulum back. They care about being controlled opposition and just trying to
I think
make
from a
show
policy
of it.
standpoint, you are correct, but I think from a cultural standpoint, and of course, culture does influence politics. I mean, and that's the thing that we talked about on Sunday after the stream, and which was interesting because it got brought up in Joe Rogan's podcast, is that everything takes time to change, right? It doesn't happen overnight, and any kind of change to go one direction is going to equally take the same amount of time, possibly, if not more, depending on what it is. If it's a like a huge cultural shift, it's going to take anywhere between I would say 10 to 20 to 30 years, and then possibly politics will follow.
I would just say, things like the LGBTQ, the whole spectrum of everything. It took years for that to happen. It's not going back.
I would say it took 40 years because I think
Yeah,
a lot
but
of this
it's not
stuff
going
happened.
back.
It started in the 60s.
Yeah.
Well, it's also just considering those things as a spectrum. I
Mhm.
mean, now that nowadays just being homosexual is considered the same thing as being transgender, which I mean, they're not even close to the same thing. Homosexual.
No, not even close.
Yeah, they're homosexual isn't exactly a choice. It's typically people who are born a certain way, and same with transgender. People who are legitimately transgender, but they want to obfuscate these things, and they do it particularly for political purposes. They'll say anything they can to get more votes in there, and they'll twist. They changed the DSM-5 as we were talking about earlier. They'll change anything they can as long as they can get more votes.
Stephen, I agree 100%, except that this generation is now 20% LGBTQ.
Mm-hmm.
The 80s generation was 0.08.
Well,
it is
they are
not
for now.
something that's going back.
I don't know.
It is solemnly entrenched
part
in
of it,
the American politics.
I disagree to a point. I remember back in the 90s when it was trendy to be gay. And you had a lot of college lesbians and you had a lot of college gay people
You mean
And-
like every other day that there were those bandwagon chicks that were like, I'm bi-curious.
Yeah, I mean,
I remember the
girl-
chicks. I don't remember the guys.
There's some. I did
Some,
this one
yeah.
girl. It was funny. She always claimed she was bi until she tried having sex with a woman, and then she became straight real fast. I mean, and that's just kind of how it is, right? But
I have to put my face where?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, and this is what I'm seeing right now with the whole trans thing. I seeing another reoccurring pattern of Blair White calls them trans trenders, right? Because that's exactly what it is. It's trendy to be trans, and we're at a point now where it's very low effort. You don't have to go and have a surgery or get hormone treatment. You just say that I'm they them, or I'm a demi-cat, or whatever.
Demi-cat.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I mean, you have it's so low effort. You can just say I'm non-binary.
really is.
It's all you have to do is you have to proclaim you're non-binary, and suddenly you are now trans. So low effort.
I'd agree 100%, except for back when we were young. Comics, Supreme, a few at Shellback. I know you're from that generation. It wasn't just a trans that was not acceptable at that point. It was, a whole bunch of that section was not something that was widely accepted.
Well, being trans was like
we've gotten to
unheard
the
of
point
practically.
there it's accepted, and now trans is what we're trying to get accepted.
I think it's
That's
kind
what
of
I'm
trendy
saying.
in the same way that, like, in the 70s, it was trendy to occasionally have sex with men and call yourselves gay. It's like how David Bowie talked about how he met his wife by banging the same dude. At a certain point in
Mick
time,
Jagger.
it's just trendy. Was that Mick Jagger? Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
under
both
pressure,
yeah.
right? I mean, and sex is a different thing. I mean, the whole thing with the non-binary thing, like I said, it's so low effort. Anyone can claim to be, non-binary at this point. You don't have to do anything. And I think a lot of people go, well, I'm not relevant, so I'm going to go and call myself non-binary, and suddenly I'm somebody. And I can claim to
You
be
see
a part
that
of
on
this press group.
TikTok.
Yeah,
Everywhere.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying the line was
10 years
here, and now it's here, and it's never going back here.
I disagree, because
Now
I think
it
a lot
only
of those
goes
people that
forward.
proclaim to be trans are going to walk it back in 10 years.
I think they will.
That's what I think too.
I don't think the line that was here originally goes from here back to here.
I
think
it will
this
walk-
line may stand. This line may go back.
I think it's a bit of
You know what I mean?
both. I think it's a bit of both. Like the line has constantly been moving forward. Like it's gone from it's trendy to be gay to it's trendy to be non-binary, and now people are having surgeries and committing, irreversible damage.
Well, the thing that
fit the
frightens
current
me about
trend.
this is the parents that are doing this to children.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
the thing that is going to have some, major damage to people in the future. Are these poor, 10-year-olds or 3-year-olds or however old these kids are? It really is child abuse, right? Because the parents are like, oh, my kid played with the Barbie. My kid, my boy played with the Barbie. That means he's trans. And now we're going to put him on hormone blockers and all this shit. And they're going to ruin a generation of children because
Yeah,
of
and the
this
sad
nonsense.
fact is that there's real doctors that will give medicine to a 3-year-old kid.
Well, Buck Angel talked about this on Carrie's stream. Not Carrie, I'm sorry. Chrissy's stream,
Mhm.
where it's like you can get on a Zoom call. The doctor will ask you 10 questions and say, okay, you're trans. And we'll start writing prescriptions for hormones.
I'm just so glad I was born when I was born, because I was born in 1990, and when I was like 2-3 years old, I used to put on my grandmother's hats, which had these long flowing veils coming off of them,
Right.
and it was just a joke in the family. Like my grandfather used to look and go, "Takes a real man to wear a hat like that." It was just sort of a joke of like I liked wearing my grandmother's hats. These days, they'd automatically mark me as trans, and now I'd be a woman at 31 years old.
I'm
So
also
did you
glad
feel-
I'm married now, because I would not want to be in this dating pool.
Yeah, right.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Did you feel pretty? Oh, so pretty.
Oh yes, no, I was fabulous.
Wait for that one to come there. Yeah.
I lost my hair at 18. I was never pretty.
Yeah, it makes me want to tiptoe through the tulips, boy.
Yeah, Tiny Tim.
Yeah. All right. On that note, it's 9:22. I'm gonna cut it off here, but I want to thank everybody for coming in and spending the time. You know, we went nearly an hour over what I was gonna go, but I'm very happy I did, and I'm happy I got to introduce Chase to comics because I've been wanting to do that and comics to Chase. So, you know,
It's a good mix.
It was nice to just see everybody that popped through tonight. God, so many people. I have too long of a list to even try and thank, but I just want to thank everybody in the chat that's been here since the start of the stream, the people that have stopped in and maybe had to take off. You know, just thanks everybody for the birthday wishes, the support, you know, everything else. You guys are a big family. You guys are so awesome toward me, and I am just so thankful for your friendship. I can't say enough about the people on the panel. You know, so many of you are like brothers and sisters to me, and you know, and Janet, you know, you're super special to me. And
Well, you are a doll. I
and
adore you. You're just sweet as can be.
And you know, Bear, it goes without saying, you know, I love you, buddy. You know, thank you for everything, and Shellback and Steven and you know, Brom Bull, man, thank you guys for being on here every week. You guys are fixtures on here now, and I appreciate you. And big thanks to Brightest Day for helping make things go earlier, and Comics, thanks for just always being just so helpful, so great. And dude, I love our friendship, and you're an honest to goodness, true friend.
Thanks, man.
You know, I'm glad that
you're a good friend too, Drew.
I'm glad that that we met, and I'm glad that we support one another. And dude, yeah, you know, I'm super thankful for you, and Rita and Dwayne. You know, I love you guys. I'll probably give you a call later. So thank you again. I appreciate tonight so much, guys. And I know that my mom says good night to everybody. I can't believe she actually did a shot earlier.
Yeah.
Big thanks to my mom too. I can't believe in the condition that she's in, that she actually just decided, you know, today it meant the world to me that she baked that cake.
Cheers to
That's
her,
awesome,
and
man.
cheers to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Drew.
I
Happy
appreciate
birthday,
it,
Drew.
guys.
Hail to Mama Heretic too.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I will let everybody do proper outros and talk about where they can be found, and we'll start with Freeze Peach Gaming, aka Steven.
Hey, everybody. You can find me here on YouTube, Odyssey, and Rumble at Freeze Peach Gaming. I post typically 1 to 3 times a week. I've been a little bit shit at it lately, but in my defense, my laptop completely shit out on me last night. So I've been rushing around all day trying to get everything's going. But if you want to hear want to hear me talking about pop culture, politics, and where the two collide, you can find me out there. And you can find me here every Tuesday night on Supreme Heretics channel. And Mondays I do gaming streaming where I actually game. Have a great one, everybody. This chat was awesome. This almost 5-hour stream has been fucking great. I've been having a great time. Chat's been on fire. Panel's been on fire. Everyone's been having a great time. I am drunk as shit, and I love it. Have a great one, everybody.
Yeah. We'll go on over to Mr. Brahma Bull.
I'm not drunk yet. I'm getting there.
No.
But Absolutely. Happy birthday, Drew. I am so glad that we met in the past few weeks. I know I'm the new guy here, and I appreciate you letting me have a voice here. It's been fantastic. I am hoping to have my channel going tomorrow. It depends on if my flake of a co-host actually shows up for the first show. But everything that has been going on in the last month, fantastic. Comics, love you. Drew, love you. Everybody that was on the panel tonight, good friends. And hail chat, you guys are great. I have been a part of the chat for quite a while now, and it's fantastic to be on this side of it. But I encourage everybody who wants to say something to get the mic, get the camera, get on here and do something, because we all need to be saying something. So thank you. Have a good night.
Night.
All right, we'll go over to Mr. Bear Near Fun.
Well, you can catch new songs on my channel, and that'll be this coming Saturday. There'll be some new songs coming up, and been discovering that my camera's really bright for some reason, and it was brighter before that. I got to figure out why it's doing that. So we will see all of you Saturday, the late edition. And last Saturday, I actually started on time. Yes.
All I have to say is, holy shit, Bear. It's been a while since I've seen you, and you have a massive beard and long hair. You've become a mountain man.
Hey, I've always been what I am. I just went through different versions of myself.
Fair enough.
I've actually done some backsliding and went back into Grateful Dead family. Don't give a fuckery about nothing. So yeah, that's where I'm at.
And before I let Shellback talk about his stuff, I want to say, Shellback, Tim, I'm thankful for, the friendship you and I have. You and I have been friends now for a really good while. And you have been, nothing short of a brother to me. Thank you so much, bro. All right. Tell everybody where they can find you.
Well, with that, you can wax my show anytime. Right?
Did I hear wax?
Yeah. And Brahma, yeah, you might be the new guy, but hey, nothing. You still, you got that nice Brahma leather smell to you, so it's all good. Everybody can appreciate the good smell of leather.
Thanks,
but anyway, with those lame ass jokes, my name is Shellback TJC, and I've been off and on, up and coming, whatever word you want to, whatever phrase you want to say now, for about 3 years. But yesterday, I had a really good shoe with our boy comics division here, and I kind of somewhat hijacked the name of his Monday show and just and slapped on the words warm up behind it, and
go for it, man.
But yeah, we had a really good conversation, and hopefully I can go somewhere with that. And my master plan is to have basically have like all the regulars on that from his show, and and like even people from the Dix division, and just do the best I can to get people warmed up for his show. So that's my latest and greatest thing, and yeah, I guess that's what I've got.
Yeah, you warm up the parked cars so he can yell at them.
Yeah.
Oh man! All right. Well, thank you, Tim. And we'll go over to another first timer. We had Janet from Another Planet on tonight. Janet is super awesome, and she does great YouTube shorts. And I will let her talk about where she can be found. And Janet, you did amazing tonight. You brought a lot to the conversation.
Well, this is the longest I've ever done anything, but it was really fun. I have a channel, and it's just called Janet from Another Planet, and I do little inspirational shorts, maybe 35 seconds. I also do, with Drew's input, I hounded him. Well, I started in August of last year, and I haven't been doing it very long, but I've been in the chats of all of you guys' rooms, basically, for years on some of you. And I just wanted to do something, but I didn't know what. And I talked to Drew and a few other wrenches, and they just said, just go for it. So when they came out with shorts, I decided to do it. And I have a channel on TikTok, Instagram, and on YouTube. And if you have anything that you think I could do that's funny or I might enjoy, just let me know, and I can try it out.
That reminds me, I need to respond to your email.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, that'd be great. But I love all of you guys. I mean, I've been going to see Friday Night Tights. I watched Nerdrotic and Doomcock and Drew's channel, and I just love all of it. It's just fun. I feel like we have hope in the world after listening to a lot of you, and I'm really enjoying it so far. It's scary, but I'm still trying. That's what matters.
Well, you equated yourself quite well tonight. You did great. You added a lot to a lot of the topics we discussed, because God, we went over a ton. And I just want to thank you for being here. I mean, it was amazing. Thank you for all that you do. And please support Janet, folks. She really does some awesome stuff. And before I let Comics do his outro real fast, I want to say thank you. Another $25 Comic Sense with the message "Happy Birthday, Drew." That's on the Stream Elements tip side. Thank you so much, bro. You didn't have to do that. I am so thankful, man. More than you know. I appreciate it.
Janet, I added you to one of our chats. We've got a bunch of YouTubers in there that share content. And it's pretty cool collective people. No drama, no fights.
And Comics, go ahead, and with that said, let people know where they can find you, and thank you again.
Who am I? What am I doing again? Hey everybody, I'm Comics Division. You can follow me on Twitter at Comics Division. Of course, there's the YouTube channel where I stream every Monday and Thursday, and occasionally on Sunday where I do member streams. And of course, you can find me on a little tiny channel every Friday called Nerdrotic, where we do this thing called Friday Night Tights. Maybe you've heard of it.
All right,
and thanks, Drew, and happy birthday, dude.
Yeah, and I have the perfect kind of saying for that one.
That's my opinion!
Trying to remember who did that.
that
wasn't me.
That is courtesy of our old pal, the Wake Down.
Just lost my eardrums.
I
have my volume low just in case.
I have to track down the Wake Down and smother him while he's sleeping.
And we got this, Jim.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
This is why I don't like showing my face anymore.
So realistic.
And before we do our outro, folks, we'll just get this pearl of wisdom out of the way.
Spending $150 million on cocaine would make sense.
And on that note, good night, folks. Love you guys. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. We will see you Thursday for Pegasus Actual. Good night.
They think it's right to murder. They want to murder. Look at all the people, and they get a kick out of it. A sexual kick out of it. The whole thing, I think it's sick.
wrong?
The whole thing I think is sick.